Where'd she go?
Attention all grounds, I'd like all Swine members to the show arena and we're going to get ready to start with pledges. So all Swine members to the show arena.
We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I pledge my faith, thank you, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to larger service, my love to duty.
Okay, guys, as soon as the show bill is ready, it will be sent via email and 4-H online text to you. So as soon as it's ready, you'll get a notice. We will not have anything posted. Our ringman will have a show bill, and Justin Hunter, who is going to be kind of the back of the barn help, he will have a show bill, so he will be able to tell you what class you're in and, what class is coming in, okay? If I can get all of the seniors and 10-year members to join me in the center of the ring. At this time, we're going to recognize our senior 4-H members, Anna Hayes. Anna Hayes is the daughter of J.D. and Beth Hayes. She plans to attend Vincennes University and major in nursing. Her favorite part of 4-H was showing. Next, we have a 5-year member, Drew Keith. Drew Keith is the son of Corey Keith and J.R. and Amanda Curran. Drew Keith is the son of Corey Keith and J.R. and Amanda Curran. He plans to attend IUPUI and major in mechanical engineering. His favorite part of 4-H was helping new kids get more involved in 4-H. Next is 10-year member Judson, otherwise known as Owen Beaver. He is the son of the late Mark and Dana Beaver. Owen plans to attend Knox University and study pre-med and play football. His favorite part was showing pigs. Next is 10-year member Lauren Beeler. Lauren is the daughter of Christy and Mike Roach and Jason and Jenny Beeler. She plans to attend Indiana State and major in art education. Her favorite part of 4-H was the lifelong friendships and making memories. Next is 10-year member Brycelyn Yost. Brycelyn is the daughter of Lindsay Atutis and Kyle Yost. She plans to attend Ball State and study pre-law. Her favorite part of 4-H was all the friends she's made throughout the years. Last is Lainey Hayes. Lainey is a 10-year member. She's the daughter of Michael and Jamie Hayes. She plans to attend cosmetology school. Her favorite part of 4-H is showing all of her animals and the hard work that she's put in. She is very proud to be a 4th-generation 4-H member and on the family farm. As for you guys, 2020 has definitely been different, and we'll not forget. Be proud of yourselves and work hard. Enjoy this last trip in the ring. We will get ready to start the mini show as soon as the show bell is posted.
Here for the beer, right?
Attention on the grounds. This is the first call for mini swine. First call for mini swine. The mini class will be broken down into 5 participants at a time. We'll take the first 5 minis. The rest will be in the holding pen.
Test.
At this point, the show is starting. If you do not have a 4-H'er in the ring at this time, we need you to exit the arena. If you do not have a 4-H'er in the ring, we need you to leave. Just a reminder, we are practicing social distancing. If you are in the arena as a 4-H'er, you do have to wear a mask. For those of you that are standing around the arena, we need you to socially distance and stand 6 feet apart. Also, the judge has asked that no handshakes today. You can give him a fist bump or a thumbs up, but no handshakes. Attention in the barn. The show bill for our show today has been posted. You can find it in your email. There is a link that you can go to. There's also going to be a text message sent out.
All right. Well, first off, I'd like to thank you all for having me out today to come evaluate your swine show. I think we start out here with, I believe they call them minis. So this group of individuals has done a great job. I mean, you talk about a great way to start off the day. Couldn't ask for a better way. Each one of these kids does an excellent job of getting their hogs driven. Give me a great view the way they go about it. I appreciate the fact that they do know a lot about their projects. I kind of went around and talked to a little bit of every one of them and asked them some questions about their project. We had ranges in here from a first-year showman to one that's showing 3 years and getting ready to show, go up to the big leagues and show, I guess, as a novice. So once again, we're going to give everybody a nice big round of applause. They've done a great job out here, so let's go out here and support these kids and show them how much we appreciate their hard work and dedication to this project. So thank you.
Thank you to the first class of mini swine. You may take your pigs back to the pen. We now ask that all spectators leave the ring and let the next round of parents come in. If we could have the next class of mini swine to start making their way. This is the last call for mini swine. Last call for mini swine.
Last call for minis. Last call for minis. There is an error in the link of the show bill. It is being fixed momentarily. Class 1, Berkshire Gilts to the show ring. Class 1, Burt Gilts, Rachel Cummings, and Barley Walbeezer. Clayton Westner, Oliver Brown, Garrett Hayes, Andrew Keith, Brianna Garrison, and Will Taubert.
Let's see. We come out with our second class of mini exhibitors here, and I tell you what, I think both of these all of these exhibitors out here could have stood a little bit more competition for me. They do a great job with their product. I tell you what, there's not one out here who doesn't know exactly what breed their pigs are, or what do they weigh, or how much do you feed them. I tell you what, they're on top of it, and to be at this age and to be just showing for a year or a couple of years, that's pretty important that you set a basis on that. So I have an appreciation for that and for the families out there who are supporting these kids. So let's give these exhibitors a nice big round of applause. Give them a big payoff for bringing some hogs out here to the county fair. Takes a lot of work and a lot of effort, so let's give them a nice big payoff. Congrats.
Class 1 virtual Burt Giltz. First place, Briley Wallbeezer. Second place, Rachel Cummings. Chester White Gilts to the show arena. Chester Whites to the show arena. The correct link to the show bill has been posted. The correct link to the show bill has been posted.
I'll first off and make a comment in telling you this is the first time I think I've ever judged anything virtually. So I know with the day and the times we have to do things to accommodate. So I'll make a few comments on that class that I just did virtually. There was 2 gilts in the class, and I felt that they were very, very sound, really nice made. When you started analyzing on the profile, they had some length of body, some length of hips, so their proportions for me were coming out just about right. But that's to take nothing. When you start talking about these gilts that were brought here into this ring in this next class, I tell you what, the top end of this class for me, you're sorting off a little bit differences as far as structure and looseness of skeleton. But there's a gilt in here to me that when you start analyzing and putting a lot of things together and what's going to make that sow when you put her in the crate able to produce and protect the next generation, there's one out here I think that just does those things and puts that combination in a little bit better package for me. The young man here with the green mask, the larger scaled gilt here, is going to go ahead and start off for class. A gilt, when you start analyzing her, really sound and fluid off her movement. She's really put together really nice. You talk about her length of hip and her length of body. She walks out and she proportionalizes and balances out really nice. There's one thing I would like to change maybe a little bit when you start analyzing her from her shoulder forward. You'd like to clean her up a little bit in the jowl, but that's getting pretty particular on a really nice gilt for that young man. That's to take nothing away from the young man's gilt there walking on the wall. I think when you start analyzing and you look from the per side, you really like her proportions and the way that she leaks out from her flank to flank. She just doesn't have the overall rib shape and capacity that the gilt here that kind of leads out the class with. But I really appreciate her for her balance and her eye appeal from the side. She's probably the loosest skeleton one out there, so I really appreciate that. Just not the overall shape, dimension, and opened up as the gilt leading out. That's to take nothing away from the young man's gilt coming out here in third. When you start analyzing, when you compare her to her contemporaries, probably just a little bit harder off of both ends and her movement a little bit more restricted all the way through her body type. If you'd like to change her, you maybe like to loosen her up down in her hamlin junction. Maybe that'll open up and free her up to where she can move out a little bit better. But a nice overall made gilt, the one that you really like, the rib shape and overall shape and muscle into that one. The young man's gilt coming out here in fourth. You appreciate the eye appeal from the side. You like the way she's tied in about her shoulder and her head and her neck. You like the way that she opens up down in the bottom portion of her skeleton. One, for me, she just gets more restricted once again off of both ends. You'd like to free her up over way that she turns off of her rear pasterns, maybe turn her in a little bit on those rear toes. But an overall nice gilt for that young man. The young man's gilt coming out here in second. I think when you start comparing her to her contemporaries up here in the top of the class, she just lacks the overall performance to get her up in there. But a nice made gilt, the one that's kind of structurally put together really well. You could just open her up in the bottom portion of her skeleton, give her a little bit more rib shape. A female that maybe a little bit more time on feet, she'll really look nice. Young man's gilt coming out here in fifth, one that you appreciate in the terms of her length of body. If it was me, I would really like to lengthen her hip out and maybe straighten her up a little bit from her hocks to her pasterns there. But one that when you start really getting out and analyzing the way she comes out from the side, she balances up really nice. Nice gilt for that young man. Finishing out the class, I think this young lady just ran into some that had a little bit more structure, maybe a little bit more opened up, a lot more rib, but a female that when you start analyzing her from her frame size and her extension out through her front third, you appreciate her for that. So let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause for this Burt Gilt class. They really do need it.
Class 1, Burt Giltz. First place goes to Will Taubert. Second place, Clayton Westner. Third place, Garrett Hayes. Fourth, Oliver Brown. Fifth is Clay Hyman. Sixth is Andrew Keith. And seventh place is Brianna Garrison. The champion Berkshire Gilt will be Clayton Westner. Will Taubert. Second place will be Clayton Westner.
Oh, coming out here on our, I believe these are our Chester sows or our Chester gilts, a class that when you sit here and analyze them, you got two types and kinds out here, and I guess it's just kind of a personal choice when you start analyzing. Both of these females represent their type and kind really well. The young lady's gilt out here, you appreciate her for her high neck carriage and the way she kind of sets out in top of her shoulder, and the young lady does an excellent job of getting this one shown and hiding her faults, but for me, this gilt, when you start analyzing her, you really like her front third, but you really want to open her up and give her more shape and dimension when you get in from behind. She kind of fades away down there in her lower quarter and the lower ham. And if all else fails, you really want to stouten her up just all the way through, all the way down to her skeleton. That's to take nothing away. We talk about the other type in common with the young man's gilt here. You love the length of body. When you start analyzing this one, man, you love the length of hip and the length from her shoulders back. You'll really extend it out to her front 1/3. There you like to change this one, or where I like to change this one, is over on her rib shape. When she starts getting down there in the lower part of her rib there, in the lower part of her skeleton, you just want to open her up. So when you sit out here and you kind of analyze and you kind of give and take, it's which one of these is going to make the more practical, productive sow when we start putting them in the crate. And for me, I think the overall length of body and balance and appeal, the young man's gilt kind of sorts her for me in that aspect. That's to take nothing away from the young lady's gilt here coming out in second. One that you really just like the overall look and design. If you could just really just stouten her up and give her a whole lot more strength and power, you appreciate her for that. So big congratulations to those exhibitors.
Chester White Gilt. Champion is Wyatt Campbell. Second place is Laney Hayes. Wyatt Campbell was also the champion bred and owned. Test, test. January Guild. Virtual entry. First place, Bradley Walbeezer. Second place, Carter Cummins. He is also the county bred and owned champion. Just as a reminder, if you are not wearing a mask, you need to be standing 6 feet away from each other. If you do not have a 4-H'er in the ring, We need you to exit the show arena, please. Try it again. Test, test.
Well, she said this is attached to the screen. This one is attached to the screen.
Is this one working? It's on. Oh, there's three? What did you do? Oh. Hey, it worked.
Was that for? So we need to get him both mics.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll try that. Both mics so that they can hear in here and over there. Okay.
Boy, do I feel important. Not only do I get one mic, but I get two mics. So I must be either getting paid twice as much or half as much. I don't know what to do. But anyways, when we come out here and we judge this set of Duroc breeding gilts, you really appreciate these top 2 or 3 hogs out here. I mean, when you start analyzing these things, I mean, you're getting down to really minute details for me. Hey, just go ahead and lay off of her. She's all right. She's all right. Just let her kind of chill out. We don't want to get them too upset. But these top 2 out here, these are my type and kind when we start analyzing them from a breeding gilt standpoint. There's still little subtle differences when we start analyzing them on structure and kind of the way they're put together. For me, there's one out here who just kind of really suits me as far as the overall amount of mass and rib shape and what she brings with you from her way that she comes out at you at the ground, how she walks square off both ends. I think structure, when we start talking about these breeding gilts, is starting to become a little bit more important than it has in the past when we start trying to raise these elite market hogs. So the female for me that kind of does that and puts it all together is the young man's gilt out here. One that, once again, you really appreciate her from that overall standpoint. That's to take nothing away from the young lady's Duroc hog that's coming out here in second. I mean, one, when she gets her out and she gets moving and doesn't fight her near as much, I mean, is just elite when she starts out here and starts coming out across. Where she separates me is when you kind of get in there behind her, the way she kind of wants to twist off of her hocks there a little bit if we could just square her up and bring her true off of both ends as she walks out, one that I think really competes out here and maybe takes over this class winner. That's to take nothing away from these people that are these young individuals coming out here that we pinned here. I talked about, there's top three. I think this young man's hog coming out here in third. I think if overall we could open her up in the bottom portion of her skeleton and give her a little bit more of that lower rib and open her up, and maybe give her the base width to compete with the two market hogs, or the two breeding gilts coming out here that in first and second really, really put together, really nicely made. Young man's gilt coming out here in fourth, one that, man, when she gets that head carried up and he starts driving, I mean, she's a lead out through her front 1/3. One that for me, if I could just change her overall and the overall shape and curvature coming out at the bottom portion of her skeleton and square her up and make her more true all the way she comes from her hock to her ground, an individual that comes up here and competes for the class. The young man's gilt coming out here in fifth, one that she just needs to be a little bit more square, or more sturdy built, more stoutness of features. You love that about her. If we could just get her up in her frame size, give her a little bit more shot of growth, one that I think could come out here and compete in the top of this class. Love the young man's gilt coming out here in sixth as far as the terms of when you get in behind her in her base width and the way she opens up in the bottom portion of her ham. Just one that we really need to get that frame size up, maybe a little bit more growth and performance. The last two picks coming out here in sixth and seventh, pigs that once again we just really need to overall open them up and stouten them up in their overall features and design, give them a little bit more shot of growth and dimension. But a great set of Duroc breeding gilts these exhibitors brought to me. Let's give them a nice big round of applause. Congrats.
Class 2, January 3rd gilt. First place was Garrett Hayes. Second place, Lauren Beeler. Third place, Clayton Westner. 4, Porter Brown. 5, Joe Purcell. 6, Judson Beaver. 7, Gabe Falkerson. And 8, Eliza Phillips. Champion, Garrett Hayes. Reserve, Lauren Beeler.
Here in our first class of Hampshire Gilts, we've got an individual out here. I think just kind of separates herself for me up to the top part of this class. This individual, young lady here in the black shirt here, comes out going to win our class. A gilt that you just overall like her balance and appeal and extension. One that when you put her into motion, she's fluid and flexible off both ends. If you want to change her, you want to kind of change her in the way that she moves about her hawk there on her show side. An individual that just kind of want to square her up a little bit from that hawk to ground on that side. That's to take nothing away, young lady, from your gilt that comes out here in second. An individual that when you start analyzing her from her shoulder forward, really extended, really long-necked. We just want to change her on her scale, maybe power her up, give her a little bit more performance. An individual for that young lady, though, a nice project. A little bit more time on feet and make that one and a whole world of change. So congratulations to both of you young ladies in this class. Young lady, that'll be all right. Just kind of let her chill out there. We don't want to get anything too hot out here today. Coming out here in our second Hampshire Gilt class, we've got a February out here. A female that, man, when you get on the side, she balances up really nice, really extended and really opened up in the middle portion of her body. Where you'd like to change is kind of the way she tracks off of her rear too. If we could square her up when we start analyzing her from behind, maybe opening her up in the bottom part of that rib shape, I think she becomes a really nice individual. But one that, for me, is put together really nice as far as structurally wise. Congratulations, young lady. I think we're going to bring you out here for Champion Hampshire. Out here in our Champion Hamp Drive, once again, we bring back our respective class winners, and this is there's a gilt out here for me that I just kind of think just kind of overpowers and takes the drive without question. That's the young lady's gilt coming out here out of the first class. Let's give her a nice big round of applause. Young lady coming out of the second class, you're going to be reserved once again. We talked to each one of them in class, but this the gilt here out of this first class is just a man amongst boys out here. So let's give all these exhibitors a nice big round of applause. Congratulations to you young ladies.
Class 1 Hamp Gilts. First place, Carrington Yost. Second place, Cadence Heineman. With the February Hamp Gilt, first place, Harrison Hayes. The champion Hamp Gilt goes to Carrington Yost. Reserve champion, Harrison Hayes. And the bred and owned champion, Harrison Hayes.
Here in our first class of January Hartford breeding gilts, we've got some differences kind of sort out from top to bottom, but a class that kind of makes you evaluate and set you some priorities. There's one female out here, I think, that when you start evaluating, and you've heard me talk all day about rib shape and the way they come at you and the way they move and their balance and proportions, I think there's one out here that doesn't really strike you with this overall eye appeal that we like in show pigs, but an individual that I think when you start putting her in the crate and you're taking them back out and putting her in production, there's a female out here that really suits me. That's a young lady's gilt over here on the pins. A female that, once again, you love her stoutness, the skeleton, you love her overall length and design and the way that she's put together and her proportions. And a female that just doesn't have that eye appeal and that wow factor that some of these other gilts in the class have. The young man that comes out here, going to be second in the class, young man here in the red shirt, a female that when you get to evaluate her, man, she's got some shape and she's really got some meat into her. You'll love her in the bottom portion of her skeleton, the way she opens up in her rib. I think to me where she just kind of falls into a logical second behind our class winner is just her structure. The way she puts in and moves off her hocks, off her rear too, you just kind of want to change it there just a little bit. But for a Hereford pig, you really love the amount of muscle and design that this one has. The young man coming over here, going to come out in third, is the young man over there on the white picket fence there in the white striped shirt. A female that you just love in terms of her length of body and the much rib and shape that she has in the center portion of her body. You just really want to change her once again when you start evaluating her from behind. You want to change her, open her up in the bottom portion of her skeleton, give her a little bit more stoutness and base width. But from a design standpoint and balance and appeal, that one kind of really suits me. That's to take nothing away from the young man coming out here in fourth. Young man, you just need to give that one a shot more juice. Get her up in her scale, open her up, get her up a little bit taller in her overall frame size. And I think with that and a little time on feet, she's going to open up in that bottom portion of her body into her skeleton. But one structurally sound, put together really nice. Just kind of want to change her in her frame size and the scale that she comes at you with. let's give these exhibitors a nice big round of applause. Congratulations to each one of you. Here in our second class of Hereford breeding gelts, we've got an individual. I think, young man, I think she could stand some competition. One that you really like in the terms of what she presents to you as far as how she will be in her productive life. A female that structurally is put together, really nice. Really like her length of body and extension, or love her length of hip. I think that is one of her key traits there for this young man. A female that when we get to analyzing her, once again, I get so particular on structure when we start evaluating these things. I mean, it's an important thing when we put these things on concrete or put them into a facility for them to be productive sows. And so when this female gets out and she tracks off her rear tooth, she just really wants to twist off of her toes. If we could change that about her structurally, she would be an elite individual for that young man. Over here, we'll bring all the Class 1s and Class 2 out here for our overall champion, Hereford. I'll take a second, kind of look over them again, and pick you a champion overall, Hereford Gilt, and then come back and give you the results. Out here in our champion draft, we bring back our two respective class winners, and like I talked to them each in class, I really like them in terms of their design. But going to go ahead and use the young lady's January gilt out of that first class to go ahead and win the overall or champion Hereford. I just really like her productivity. She doesn't have the eye appeal and pizzazz of presentation that the young man's gilt out of the second class has. But I think as far as her being a productive individual in that young lady's sour, I think that's the gilt you got to tie into. With that being said, we'll bring out our second place in this class, and I think this young man's going to be our respective reserve. I think when you put those top two in that class, I think their design and their types and kinds suit each other really well. You overall look the productive look. We talked a little bit about the structure on that young man's hog, but once again, I don't think it's going to affect her as much when we start putting her in that productive lifestyle. So let's give both of these exhibitors the second out of your respective January class is going to be reserve Hereford breeding gilts. So let's give them all three of these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Brought a great set of gilts to evaluate.
January Hereford Guild. First place, Cora Brown. Second, Brody Moore. Third is Jake Bergman. February Hereford Guild, first place, Brody Moore. And overall champion, Hereford Guild, is Cora Brown. Reserve champion, Brody Moore. And the champion Brendan owned is Cora Brown.
I guess, young man, you kind of get the luck of the draw today. You definitely could stand some competition, but I think you kind of scared everybody else off in the land race show. Single entry here in the land race, an individual that when we start to evaluate her from the side, man, you'll love the length of body and extension. A female that's probably the longest body one that we've seen today from her flank to her flank. Just when I would like to change her, I'd like to change her structurally, the way that she comes off of her pasterns and into her hock. And maybe in the way that she sets into her shoulder. She's a little bit straight-shouldered for me, but a female that you love her extension, love her body, a female that maybe when we get this one into production, she'll have some really nice litters for that young man. Congratulations.
Champion Land Race Guild, Chandler Hayes.
Both these young men bring me out to a couple entries here in our January Poland show. And I think both of these individuals are different in their types and kinds. So once again, we kind of have to come out here and we have to kind of set our precedents to what we want in our sow herd and in our breeding gilts. I think there's one out here. I'd like to change both of these in little shape, form, and fashion. But when we start analyzing and want a complete package, I think there's one out here who puts a little bit more of those pieces together for me a little bit better in that package. That's the young man's gilt back there coming out here in the teal turquoise shirt. When we start analyzing this female, as far as her adaptability to putting her in a crate or putting her into production, I think overall she's just the type and kind that would have a lot of success. Do we want to change her? Yeah, we want to open her up in the bottom portion of her skeleton, really open her up, give her some more base width and a little bit more stoutness of features, but a female that her overall design and her look and the way she's put together and her proportions, a really complete one. That's to take nothing away, young man. I think this gilt out here is kind of elite in her own right. When you start talking about bone size and foot size and stoutness and power and actual muscle shape and dimension, this is the class winner for you. But for me, when we start putting one into production, she needs to have a little bit more scale, a little bit more frame size. I think there's times when you start looking at her, is she going to be able to nurse and get a litter of live pigs? It's kind of a little bit questionable. It's a little hard to kind of analyze out there, but just for me today and my choices, just a logical second, but a nice gilt in her own right. Let's give each one of these individuals a nice big round of applause. Congratulations. Once again, an individual, a young man brings out a nice entry here for our February class. An individual that you love for her length of body and extension out through her jowl and out to the end in front of her shoulders. But a female for me that, as far as structurally, she just kind of gives up a little bit of structure when she gets on those real tier. We really need to relax her down in her pasterns, maybe fix her joints up a little bit, just way that she's put together. She's pushing a little bit too much off of her inner toes for me today. I do want to go ahead and mention, I don't know if the people outside the ring, I have been having to judge some classes virtually. Once again, that's a little bit different experience, but there would have been another February entry in this class out here, and I wanted to give that young man a nice honorable mention there for putting together a nice project and doing a really nice job. I just hated with the circumstances in the world today that he wasn't able to attend, but it was a really nice gilt, and I want to congratulate him and give him a nice honorable mention. But a nice class winner. We'll bring out our class winner out of the first and select a champion Poland here. we get these back out here at both of our class winners, and I think in terms of what I like for a breeding gilt and the overall package, the young man out of the first class is going to be our champion pole, and bring out that respective second for consideration for reserve. Coming out in consideration for our reserve pole, and I think for me, once again we have a female out here that just seems a little bit more suited for the adaptability to put into her sow herd. And that being said, I would both like to change both of these females structurally. I think there's one that would, just in terms of her overall mass, shape, and design, kind of separates herself into that reserve hole. That's going to be our respective second out of the first class. Congratulations, young man.
January Portland champion is Chandler Hayes. That's the first time that's happened. Second place, Bryson Metzger. February Poland Guilds. Virtual champion is Cole Grissom. And February Guild Live first place is Brickton Moore. Champion Poland Guild is Chandler Hayes. And reserve is Bryson Metzger.
And not only do I think as we go on through the day that the heat starts rising, but I think you're kind of bringing me some heat over here in this spot show. I think there's three pretty elite individuals out here for me when we start talking about some spot gilts and some true breeding pieces. There's a lot of differences, and there's a couple of type and kinds as you start evaluating this class. So for me, I've kind of talked structure and rib shape and proportions and length of hip and extension all throughout the day. I think there's a gilt in here who puts the combination of the other two gilts together for me. I think it's important that we don't forget muscle shape and power and stoutness and bone, but it's important for these females that they have to remain functional, and at the same time, we can get too much muscle and shape into these things, and you can run into some train wrecks when you go into those fairing crates. So I think there's an individual out here who kind of puts both of those things in the type and kind for me together. And that's the young lady's gilt. The young lady's gilt, I like the stoutness and power and the bone size and the amount of muscle this one has, but she still maintains that rib shape and length of hip and design that we talked about in all these other breeds. The young man's going to come out in second. It's a young man here in the green shirt. Young man, I like the scale and the features of your gilt. But we need to open her up in the bottom portion of her rib shape. We really need to open her up and give her some space down in there. But one that, if we could change her, you want to change her in the way her hocks structure and her rear leg and the way she moves off of her hocks and her pasterns. But a female who's got a lot of pieces in there of that ability. Young man, I'm telling you what, if this thing right here was a barra, you'd be blown away. You'll love the stoutness, the bone, the foot size, and the amount of muscle shape that this gilt has. I think for me, she just struggles structurally to get up above these other two gilts here in this breeding class. But a female that you love the power, the stoutness in that one. We just need to give her a little bit more scale and free her up through her hamloin junction and all across the bottom portion of her hocks. But an elite class here, like I said, you could take it and you could put it however you wanted. I think you can't go wrong. And either one is just kind of where you want to set your priorities for you today. Let's give these exhibitors for a nice, solid round of spot gilts. Congratulations. Well, a single entry here in our February spot gilts, but I think a female that can stand a little competition out here. A female, when we start analyzing her out on the move, man, she's good and sound structured. If we could just change her maybe a little bit, we want to open her up in that bottom portion of her rib shape, open her up in the bottom portion of her belly, open her up in that forerib. She just kind of gets a little tight in her overall rib design, but one that you really like for her stoutness of features and the amount of muscle that she's bringing to you. We'll bring out our respective class winner out of one and compare them for your overall champion spot. tell you what, not only did you bring me a nice set of spot gilts, I think you bring me a couple of young ladies out here that can sure drive some pigs. I won't talk about each one of these again. I think I talked enough about this gilt that we're going to use for champion coming out of Class 1 enough in class. Female, like I said, just really nice and complete. A one that kind of, when we started comparing her in that class, just put a lot of things really nice together. Bring the young man's gilt coming out of reserve. It's just hard for me to kind of separate these two in terms of champion and reserve spot gilt. I just like the overall design and skeletal size and width that the gilt coming out of the second out of that class has. Like I said, if we could have just changed her a little bit, we want to change her the way that she moves off of her rear two, straighten her up from her hocks, give her a little bit more flex in her pasterns. But the young lady, that takes nothing away from your class 2 winner. A female that I think just a little bit more time on feed. We fix her, open her up a little bit in her rib shape, maybe changes some things in her diet. We'll make her really come out here and be competitive in this drive. Congratulations to all three of those exhibitors for bringing me a nice set of spot pigs.
Champion January Spot Guild, Taylor Hilbert. Second place, Henry Kane. Third place, Bryson Metzger. February Spot Guild, first place, Avery Brown. Which will also be our champion, Brendan Owned. And the champion Spot Guild is Taylor Hilbert. And the second place is Henry Kane.
Coming out here next, we've got a set of January Tamworth Gilts, a breed that I think is pretty intriguing as times are changing, and we're starting to show a little bit more of these breed-type hogs. But a breed that I think overall in general has a little bit of concerns to go along with it, and I think those concerns kind of come out in these gilts in this class. For me, there's a gilt out here that just, once again, in terms of her adaptability to be put into a sow herd and be profitable and productive, I think there's one out here who just suits me a whole lot better. She puts a lot of things together. Are there things we're going to change? Yeah, there's things we'd like to change about all four of these gilts in this class. But the young man right here in the IU shirt, I'm sorry about that. I hope you're not an IU fan. Uh, you're going to go ahead and win this class. You come out here with the productive and practical guilt. Does she present to you with a lot of overall wow factor? Not necessarily, but she's got the right kind of rib shape. She's got the right kind of hip design. She's got bone, foot size, stoutness of features, all those things that we kind of look together. Where we would like to change her right now for this stage in the game, we might want to trim her up in her overall condition, but that's getting pretty particular on a really nice, practical, productive type of individual. Young man standing right out here next to me in the red shirt, here in the red, white, and blue face mask is going to be her second. But I tell you, this next pair of gilts, I have genuine concerns on whether these things will ever either breed. They just kind of look a little infantile in their just kind of design and shape, and I don't know that we'll be able to get these things bred and into a productive place in the world. But the young man's gilt, man, when I tell you she's built right, she's designed, she's sound, she's good-footed, she's maybe just want to change her overall in her scale size, but a female that when you get out and analyze her from the side, she just puts a lot of good things together. The young lady out here in the striped shirt is going to come in our logical third place. Once again, I talked about I don't know if from a practicality and productive standpoint if we're going to be able to get this out or this gilt bred. But a female from once again, she's got the right size, right frame size, the right kind of scale about her. You like her bone and foot size. You like the length and extension. Maybe want to relax her down and on her top and relax her in the way that she comes into her pasterns and hock. But a female, once again, from the side, she's got a lot of good things going for her. Young lady, that's to take nothing away from your gilt coming out here in fourth. One, we just need to change her in her overall size and scale. I'd love to soften her up in her rib shape and her muscle pattern, but I think that's kind of one of the problems with this breed. We may get them a little tight wound and a little bit more structure. So if we could change those things about that gilt, you'll love her from the flank to flank. You'll love her extension out through her front 1/3. We just need to soften this one up overall in her design. Congratulations to each one of these individuals. Let's give them a nice big round of applause.
First place, Tamworth Gilt, which is also champion, Brickton Moore. Are they both Brickton Moores? Okay. Second place reserve is Brickton Moore also. Third place, Harrison Hayes. Fourth place is Caleb Bergman. And Brickton Moore is also champion, bred and owned.
Boy, once again, I think we come out here and start our Yorkshire show. There's some individuals out here. Once again, there's a couple of different types and kinds, and I think by this way, everybody outside the ring can kind of tell the types and kinds that I appreciate and I like to put into a productive salad. I think there's one out here that just really fits my bill. I think she's got a little bit of the extras that we kind of look for as far as some eye appeal in the way that she shows, and she comes out here and she just kind of demands attention from you. You just kind of keep getting drawn back to her, and you sit there and you just evaluate her, and then you kind of get through your head, hey, you're kind of picking holes in a really good one. Just kind of take the good features and let that thing ride. That's to take nothing away from the other individuals out in this class. I'm talking about there's some maternal type females in here. And I think if you breed these things to the right boars, whether they breed purebred Yorks or some crossbreds, you're going to have some pigs that's going to come out here and compete no matter what direction you go. And so that's a commendation to each one of you feeders, breeders, and exhibitors out there. With that being said, I'll go out here, and the female that's going to win the class is a young lady's gilt down there on the very end. You talk about one that the stout, square off both ends, got base width, got muscle, got power, got design. That's the individual for me that just kind of takes the cake. The young man's York gilt coming out here in seconds. The young man down there on the far end next to that gilt. A female that when you start analyzing the next three in this class, that's the next one. She's got a little bit more about her. She's got a little bit more pizzazz and a little bit more eye appeal. And when you start getting down here and getting in particulars about these females, those are some of those things that you got to look for. We got to build a good sound base. We got to have some rib shape. We got to have some length of hip and design and extension. And these all four present with that. So you kind of get into that point of what's the little extras. That's the one that's got a little bit of the extras for me. She's a little bit squarer and stouter at the ground, and that's where she kind of sorts herself away from the two gilts coming out here in third and fourth. The young man here in the I guess you call that paisley shirt's going to come out here in third. A female that when you get down on top of her and analyze the amount of muscle that she has, for Yorkshire, I think she's just a little bit above average than what we're used to. But a female that still has the really nice pieces of extension and design and overall length of hip. Young man, that's to take nothing away because you got a pretty good little York gilt there coming out in forward. And let me tell you what, you take that gilt home, you breed her to the right boar, you're going to come out here and you're going to beat these kids next year. All right, so take that female home, breed her the right way, and get you some nice litter of pigs to come out here and compete with. Well, female that you love her design and the look and appeal that she presents to you, for me, she just needs a little bit more about her. We need to get her a little bit more base with, maybe change her a little bit the way she twists off of her rear hocks. But a female that, once again, is a really nice, solid base for that young man. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice big round of applause. Congratulations on a great set of York gilts. Here in our second set of York gilts, I believe this little gilt here is a February. A female for me, when you start, if you get this female, and I think you get her parked and you get her where she's not having to get out here and struggle to move, man, you talk about one that's kind of really cool design. I love her length of hip and the way she comes about you from the side. I think her proportions, if we could extend her a little bit from her fore rib into her rear rib and you put about an extra rib and a half in that one, you've got a real elite one. But what bothers me and worries me is you heard me talk all day about structure and design. I think this is where this female just kind of falls apart for me. I don't know if she's had some kind of injury or something, but she's got a lot of swelling up in her hock. If we could change that about her, I think this female is really, really nice, put together nice. let's just change her structurally and kind of keep going at it. Let's go ahead and bring back in our Class 1 winner. We'll evaluate for champion and reserve Yorkshire. There's times in every judge's life where he just wants to look at good livestock. So I'm not going to take this and drag this out a little bit longer. I think everybody kind of ringside and watching online kind of knows how much I like this York Gilt coming out of this first class. I think she's a logical place to start. She's going to be our champion overall Yorkshire. Go ahead and bring that reserve that second out of that class. You're welcome. When we come out and evaluate for reserve, this takes nothing away from this young lady's hog coming out here out of this February class. I think she's just off a little bit in her structure. She's just struggling a little bit too much for me today. So a logical place for me to come in for reserve is going to be that Class 1 second. A young man's female, really nice put together. Just if we could give her a little bit of that extra pizzazz and power, sort up and compete with that overall female there. So let's give each one of these Yorkshire exhibitors a nice big round of applause. Congratulations to each one of you.
First place, January York Gilt, Lauren Beeler. Second place, Briley Dill. Third, Wyatt Campbell. And fourth is Will Talbert. First place, February York Gilt is Gracie Kinzer. And the champion York Gilt, Lauren Beeler. Reserve champion, Briley Dill.
I think when we start out with our crossbred, man, there's a class here, and I think for me it's kind of like a little Duke's mixture. I think you kind of throw them up, shake them around, and take your choice and pick your poison. For me, I think it starts to evaluate of setting my priorities and things of give and takes. So when we start giving give and takes in breeding guilds, it's what's important, practicality and production, right? I hope that everybody outside this ring and even these young exhibitors, I hope you either want to stay with this and raise your own pigs or take something away. And from a feeder and breeder standpoint, you need to be able to take those things and find out what you know is important and kind of stick with yours. For me, it's kind of structure and rib shape and design and overall look of how they're put together, their hip structure, how that all relates into how they pull into their hocks and how they tie into their pasterns and how they move off their front ends. Or are these things flexible, practical, and productive? So when you kind of check all those out here, I don't think there's one gilt that checks all those boxes for me. So when we start evaluating, I kind of set precedences on what would I pick and choose. There's one out here, I think there's things I'd like to change about her, but if I was to take one of these things home out of this class and put her in production, do I think that she'd be able to perform? And that's the young lady's black gilt coming out here. I think when you evaluate her, is she the longest bodied one in this class? No. Is she practical in her design? Yes. Does she have the extras that some of these other ones have? Well, no, but you love the rib shape, you love her design, her hip structure is pretty nice. She's sound enough. Is she completely sound enough for my taste? Maybe not. That's where the young man's gilt coming out here in second, the belted hog comes out. I think when you start evaluating her from a structure standpoint, she's probably the most put together, structurally sound enough for me. But she's just too flat in her overall design. She's too flat in her forerib, she's too flat in her lower rib. But you like the squareness of her hip, you like the way that she tracks out, she's square to ground. We just need to change her overall in her productive look. That's to take nothing away. The young lady coming out here with the little black mask, this blue and white belted hog here, you'll love her when she comes in on class. And I tell you what, when she gets that head set up and she starts driving that thing, man, does that hog have a look. But the thing I don't like about her is when you get behind her and she starts twisting off, she twists off really hard off of her rear left leg there. And from a practicality and structure standpoint, that really bothers me. If we were to put these things on concrete, I don't think that female has the longevity of the two above her in class. But that takes nothing away. That hog has a lot of extras, a lot of special, a lot of look and design when she gets her out and get her drove. Congratulations. That's to take nothing away from the two hogs out here coming out here in fourth and fifth. Both of these individuals have a practical look and design. They just give up a lot of stoutness and power to the ones here above her. The young man's little blue-butted hog here, he's going to come out in fourth. You'll love her design and her length of body from her rear flank to her fore flank. She's just overall too flat in her design. The female that comes out here to end the class there in the blue and white shirt, the belted hog on the fence. One that from a practicality standpoint just bothers me. We need to soften her up in her overall rib and design, relax her down in her top and the way she ties into her ham-loin junction. But you'll love the length of an extension she comes out from her shoulders forward, just to give them a little bit more overall productive, practical look and design to them. Congratulations, great set of crossbred gilts.
Class 1 CrossFit Guild champion is Taylor Hilbert. Second place, Bryson Metzger. Third place is Madeline Crouch. Fourth is Diesel Hunter. And fifth place is Meredith Landis.
Well, I tell you what, I think there's a couple of three individuals out here in this class that are just truly, truly elite show gilts. But once again, I think from my standpoint, when we talk about breeding gilts, we got to have some practicality in here amongst these. There's some different types and kinds of hogs in here as far as breeding gilts. But there's one in here that just, once again, she doesn't really come out here and just give you that extra look and overall eye-appealing design. But from a practicality standpoint, I think when this young man gets her out here and gets her shown, man, she's pretty cool. I think from a design standpoint and from a practicality standpoint, when we start putting these things into production, and that's what these breeding gilts are supposed to be doing. If we can't buy these projects and make them practical and productive, then it kind of defeats the purpose. The young man in the long sleeve shirt is going to be your class winner. I think when you evaluate this one on the move, man, she is just so cool. When you get that headset and you start driving her, man, her head and neck set's really neat and nice and designed, and you love the length of body and overall shape to her. Elite structured, definitely. I think that's where she kind of separates herself maybe from a couple others in the class. Now you get down into second and third, and that's between the two kind of belted hogs here. These two hogs, they're really similar in their type and body shape. They're a little bit shorter body. They're a little bit stouter featured, got a little bit more muscle shape and design. And I think that suits really well if we were going to turn these things into some market hogs. For a breeding gilt, I think their design and their length of body may hurt them just a tad for me. But the young man out here, I think you separate yourself in the structure standpoint of how that hog's put together and how she's laid in about her head and neck. If we want to change her a little bit, we want to change the way she comes out of her shoulders. She's a little bit straight shouldered, but that may be the way that she has her head set up and he's driving her. When you let her loose over there on the wall, that kind of helps her a little bit when she does that. That's to take nothing away, young lady out here in the green shirt from your hog coming out here in third. I think that one right there suits me better as a market hog than as a breeding gilt. One that, man, I tell you what, when you get on top of her, she's got a lot of shape, a lot of design, a lot of muscle built into that one. And I don't know if when we put her into the crate, if that is crate adaptable from a practicality standpoint. If I could change her just a little bit, she gets a little bit restricted off of her rear too. But I think if we could relax her up there in her hem-loin junction and maybe get her head up, maybe that helps relax her just a little bit. But an overall really nice, that's a good gilt to be sitting there in the third hole. Young lady, that's to take nothing away from your solid hog over there on the gates. A hog that just kind of, or gilt that just kind of runs into a class of different types. And she's the type of hog that for me is just a little bit harder doing. One that if I could open her up in the bottom portion of her rib shape and maybe give her a little bit more base width and stoutness, a hog that could definitely come up here and compete in that class. One that's overall really nice as far as her design is made and she's long from flank to flank, but one that we could just overall change her in a way that she's putting together and soften her up maybe a little bit with feed or time. A nice gilt for that young lady. Two really nice elite individuals on the top of the class. Let's give everybody a nice big round of applause. Congratulations.
Class 2, Crossbred Guild. First place, Hayden Dill. Second place, Briley Dill. Third place, Brycelyn Yost. And fourth place is Hope Hefferlin.
Coming out here in our third set of crossbred breeding gilts, a set that I think there's definitely one in here that kind of suits me in terms of type and count, but there's some give and take in each one of these. The young man over there in the teal shirt walking out towards the end gate, he's going to go ahead and win this class. You talk about one that when we start analyzing her, as she comes in and presents in this ring, she's got the right amount of rib shape. She's built and designed in the right types of way, and the young man does a great job of getting her show off all of her attributes. Where it comes in for me and I start questioning, hey, kind of where do you go from there? It comes down to the young lady over there in the black shirt next to that gilt and the young man right here beside me in the red shirt. Two different types of kinds of pigs. I haven't decided yet on which one of these is going to be my type and kind. I think when you start analyzing value, there's some differences in each one of these. I think The ones, a little bit stouter made, maybe got some big bone, big footed, big jointed. I think that's where we're going to change her. Young man here coming out with the red shirt's going to be second. I'd like to change her in the refinement of her bone structure. She's just a pretty big joint when you start looking in there at her hocks and down into her pasterns. But a female that's got the length of body and the mouth shape and mass and design, where she separates herself to me from the young lady coming out in third is definitely structure. When you get behind the hog coming out here in third, I mean, when I first look at her and she brings it in the ring and you drive her on the profile, man, she's smoking good. I mean, she's really nice designed and she's got a lot of good bells and whistles. But when you get in behind her, man, she just paddles off that end of her skeleton and she just kind of falls apart to me. And I think the longer that she drives that gilt out here, kind of worse off that she gets. So from a terms of productivity and productive standpoint, that's where that gilt really bothers me. That's to take nothing away coming in here for third and fourth. The young lady's solid black gilt's coming out here, going to come out in fourth. One that you really like in her terms of her design and her body shape. We could change her also slightly in the amount of rib and design that she has in the lower portion of her skeleton. That's where we really want to open them up. If we can have that, she comes in here and competes pretty hot and heavy for champion in this class. That's to take nothing away from the young man's hog coming out here in fourth. I mean, when you get one, you talk about a practical, productive look. That's kind of a practical, productive look. She just doesn't have the extra wow factor and design that the females out here above her have in class. We give her a little bit more lower rib. We come out here with a little bit more muscle shape and power. That gilt comes up here and completes for the top of the class. Nice class, top to bottom. Congratulations to each one of those exhibitors.
Class 3, crossbred guilds. First place, Chandler Hayes.
I think they counted on enough just for.
Second place, Brody Moore. Third place, Grace Kinzer. Fourth place, Lane Hofferlin. And fifth place, Jacob Kinzer.
Boy, I tell you what, I think we come out here in this heavyweight class of crossbred gilts, and I think you bring me two or three out here that are just nothing but good. And I tell you what, I think I'm gonna laugh and think about this. I think my wife's at home watching me on online, and I'm sure I'll get a phone call on the way home. Of what were you thinking, or why'd you pick that one? And I guess that's why we both complement each other. We both like different types and kinds. I think there's two out here for me that sort themselves up to the top. There's another. That old adage of saying, hey, we got to have something profitable and proactive to make profits. So there's one out here, I think, for me that just does a lot of that and puts it all together. She may not be the most showy and elite one out here from a design standpoint, but one I think that when you start talking about, I've talked all day about design and rib and length of hip and the way that they put their proportions together. And there's one out here I just think that does that for me. And that's a young man's blue and white hog coming out here here in the Paisley shirt. When I started evaluating her, now when she comes in, she's lower headed. So when you do that, you got to throw that out of the window. So you take that out, and what do you set your priorities on? And I tell you what, I think when you get over the top of that one and look down, man, she's really good structured. She's really nice put together. She's got wide flat bone is what kind of is an ideal idea for me. One that still has the same amount of muscle shape and power enough for me, and her design's right. She's got the right kind of rib that I think when you put her down into a crate, she's going to be able to lay down and have you a nice litter of pigs. The one that kind of comes out here and puts a little wrench in the plan is a young lady's gilt over there on the gate out there in like the leopard print shirt. I think, man, that one is an elite looking one. When she gets that thing out and drives, man, she's pretty cool. She just bothers me a little bit more structurally when you look down her at the ground. If we could soften her up on her pasterns and really let her get out there and reach off her rear too, one that could put a lot of things together that can compete structurally with the gilt that comes out here is winner in the class. If we really would like to change her, I'd like to lengthen her out, maybe just an extra rib design. That's where we give the advantage to your class winner. But I talk about one that's got a lot of muscle, a lot of rib shape. She'd make a heck of a one. You've got a really nice one there. That's to take nothing away from you three still out here driving. You've got a really nice set of gilts. The young lady coming out here in third is going to be in the long sleeve, I guess, blue shirt with that belted hog. One that kind of follows the type and kind of the class winner. You like her design. She just gets too flat for me in her rib shape. We changed that about her, man. She gets up there and she runs really hot and heavy with those top two. The young man's mostly white gilt coming out here in fourth. One that follows the type and kind of the one in front of her. Long design, you like her from flank to flank. You like her overall shape, design, and power. You just want to change her up, open her up down in the bottom portion of her rib. Give her a little bit more true natural base width off both ends. Young lady, that's taking nothing away from your hog here coming out in fifth. You really like her from her overall design standpoint. We could lay her down in her top, relax her in her hamloin junction, give her a little bit more set to her hock and open up in her rib. Really nice gilt. One thing we really like about her, we appreciate her for her overall length of body and extension out through her neck. We just change those things about her. You come up here and you just get outpowered and outhorsed in this class. Congratulations to you exhibitors. We look forward to having those gilts come back out here for champion.
is Mr. Adam Thomas from Hardyville, Kentucky. He resides with his wife Ashley and 3-month-old daughter Tatum. He and his family own and operate Premier Genetics and Champion Show Supply. Adam graduated from Western Kentucky University with a degree in agriculture and currently works for Crestmont Seed Company selling Pioneer seed corn. Welcome, Adam Thomas.
While these kids are out here getting these things, driving these hogs, let's take a second and give each one of the exhibitors that's brought some hogs out here in this breeding grill show a nice big round of applause. I think everybody deserves it. You've brought me a great set of hogs to evaluate, and look forward to continuing here with the market bearers. With that being said, I think there's a female out here in this crossbred market drive that kind of fits what the bill I've been talking about all day, as far as ultra neat in their rib, ultra neat in their design, the way they're put together, proportions, hip length, all those things are important when we put these things into production. I think there's one that comes out here and just puts a lot of those things together. Just one that if it was me, I would take home, put her in the crate, and breed her the right way, and hopefully get a nice set of pigs. They're sound, all four of these individuals, sound at the ground, sound structured, put together right, get the right type of body and kind. Just a little bit of sorting differences. Congratulations, young man, here in the Paisley shirt. You're going to be my champion. We'll bring out reserve hen out of that class, and I'll take a look for reserve. tell you what, you bring that second in, and I tell you what, I think she comes right in here and competes right off the bat as soon as she walks in the gate. I think for me though today there's one that follows definitely in the type and the kind of the female that we went ahead and made champion, and that's the second coming out of her class. Congratulations, young lady. One that's really put together really nice. That's to take away from none of the other three crossbred gilts in here. I would take any of you home right now and put them right in a crate and let's have some pigs. But as far as overall design, those two suit me pretty well today. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
All breed champions to the show arena, please. And reserve on deck. Champion across Gilt, Wyatt Campbell. Reserve champion, Laney Hayes. We will be taking a 15-minute break at the end of the Gilt show. 15-minute break at the end of the Gilt show.
to the ring, we need Will Talbert with the Berkshire, Wyatt Campbell with the Chester White, Garrett Hayes with the Duroc, Carrington Yost with the Hampshire, Cora Brown with the Hereford, Chandler Hayes with the Landrace, Chandler Hayes with the Poland China, Taylor Helbert with the Spot, Brickton Moore with the Tamworth, Lauren Beeler with the York, and Wyatt Campbell with the Crossbred. This is a gentle reminder. If you do not have a 4-H'er in the ring, you need to probably step out or at least have a mask on and stand 6 feet apart.
To comply with Purdue regulations, if you do not have a 4-H'er in the show ring, please leave the show arena.
right. I think we finally reached the peak of the Guild Show. Let's once again take time. Everybody standing ringside. Let's give all these kids out here a big round of applause. You brought me a great set of hogs to evaluate all the way from the first gilt that entered the ring all the way to that last crossbred class. I couldn't be any more pleased at coming out here and looking and evaluating all the different breeds and types. And even though you got different breeds and different expectations amongst those breeds, I think of my types and kinds kind of came true and ring true as they come out here in the drive. And as a judge, that's all I can ask for, is being satisfied with the set of hogs that we have out here. I know that we won't talk long, won't talk wrong. I won't go through each and every one of these. We're going to pick you a top 5. I'll go out here, and there's one I think out here that just in terms of what everything, all the priorities that I put together, of the things that I like to see, and practical, productive hogs. There's one out here that just suits me just a little bit better than the rest. That's to take nothing away from a lot of these breeds. These things come out here, they're all maternal looking. They all have the right kind of structure, shape, rib design. You know, their proportions are right. They balance up well. And I can't be any more pleased with what set of breeding gilts that you brought to me. Once again, thank you exhibitors, thank you parents, thank you all the breeders, feeders, and everybody standing ringside. This is a great opportunity and a great program for these kids to come out. I think after I sort these off, we're going to take us a little break, and I hope that the market bears are as stout as these breeding gilts are. It's going to be a fun afternoon. So congratulations to each and every one of you. Thank you for bringing me a great set of hogs to evaluate. We'll go out here and select your top 5.
Your grand champion gilt goes to Lauren Feeler. Reserve grand goes to Wyatt Campbell. Third overall goes to Carrington Yost with a Hampshire. Fourth overall goes to Garrett Hayes with the Duroc. Fifth overall goes to Will Talbert with the Berkshire. There will be a 15-minute break. We will start back at 12:45 with the first class of Berkshire Gilt or Barrows.
Attention on the grounds. Attention on the grounds. There you go. The barrel show will start at 1 o'clock. The barrel show will start at 1 o'clock. Class 1, Burke Barrels to Show Arena. Class 1, Burke Barrels to Show Arena. Class 3, Burke Barrows to show arena. Class 3, Burks to show arena. Class 1, Burke Barrows virtual. First place is Madison Snack, and second place is Tucker Inman.
All right, coming back off our little break here, we're going to get right into the Barrow show. And I tell you what, we start off with a really nice class of Berkshire Barrows from top to bottom. There's a couple individuals that really kind of hit the strike for me as far as what we're looking for in a market hog. Going to go ahead and start off with the young ladies Barrow coming out here as our class winner. A Barrow that when we start to evaluate him, man, you want to talk about retail product and what he's got into him, and the amount of shape and design and dimension. This is my kind of Barrow. One, I'd like to change structurally. I talked a lot of structure in the Breeding Guild show, and I kind of going to carry that out to the market show. I think structure is really important as far as when we start packing pounds on these things. They got to be able to get out and move. That's just one of my personal preferences, but at the same time, I think that adds just one of those extra little special ticks. That's where we want to change this Barrow. We want to change him structurally off of his rear two, loosen him up in his pasterns, and give him a little bit more flexibility and reach and design off of out of his hock. That's to take nothing away from the young man Barrow coming out here in second with the blue shirt here behind me. Coming out here, a really nice one. I'd like to change him as far as his scale. He's just a little bit too low down to the ground. He kind of runs downhill from the top of his hamlin junction down into his shoulders. If we can get him and elevate him up a little much and still maintain that mass shape and design that he has, we have a really complete Barrow. Young man, that takes nothing away from you. You're working awful hard out here, showing the fire out of that Barrow coming out in third. And let me tell you what, young man, we get some more base width into that thing and get a little bit more shape and design and muscle dimension off of him. Man, he's going to come up here and really compete for the top of his class. Let's give these exhibitors coming out here with these Berkshire Barrows to start off a nice big round of applause. Congratulations.
just a friendly reminder, your pens must be cleaned before you leave today. Class 2, Burt Barrows. First place, Bella Notchker. Okay. Second place, Bryson Metzger. Third, Zayden Ruchild.
I tell you what, as you sit here in the second Berkshire Bear class, I think this is kind of the heavyweights of the Berkshire Bears. I'm just going to be flat out honest with you. There's not one in here that just kind of jumps out and says, hey, look at me. I'm the one to kind of lead off. And from a judge's perspective, when you kind of have that, once again, you kind of got to sit down and start looking at priorities. You know, if you don't have the look and the shape and design that kind of sticks out and grabs at you, let's go see which one. Let's go see which one wants to win this. And I think there's one out here that kind of puts some things together for me, you know, as far as soundness, thickness, bone size, extra retail product. I mean, once we peel the hide off these things, that's what we're after, right? Is how much product's in each one of these. There's some differences in the amount of how trim they are and the amount of cover and fat that they're carrying. And I think when we get down in the bottom end of this class, we're going to start sorting a little bit of that. The young lady's barrel on the far side over there, kind of towards the outgate, is going to be our class winner. When I sit there and, you know, we evaluate this one, when she first comes in, I mean, oh, man, she's kind of low-fronted, and it kind of runs a little bit downhill, but you get on top of that little barrel, and he's got a lot of shape, got a lot of muscle and meat into him. As far as for me, in my terms of what's acceptable as far as terms of his finish, he's kind of right there. You kind of want to keep him a little bit trim, but, you know, I think he's going to go out and put up a really nice carcass. Now, to me, from there, it kind of gets into a point of, hey, whatever you set on is what you want. There's a bear out here, I think, that kind of follows type and kind. I like his design a little bit better in the type of kind of body that he comes at. That's a young man over there in the green shirt with the kind of a lighter appearing Burke. He's going to come out in second. When you evaluate him from as far as his length of body and shape and design, a bear that you like and appreciate that. Now, in terms of finish, is he kind of pushing the terms and limits of it? Well, sure he is. But as far as the type and kind that kind of follows in, he's just a little bit shorter coupled. We'd like to free him up off of both ends of his skeleton. That's to take away nothing from the bear coming out here in third. The bear coming out here in third is the young lady right here standing next to me with the spotted bear. You really like him in terms of how he's made, how he ties in. He's long from flank to flank. I just think he loses some of the retail product that the bears above him have. That takes you down to the two bears kind of here standing out, still driving in the ring. And as far as me, these are the ones that come out here. They're a little small scaled. When you do that, I think they become a little bit early maturing. So I think they're pushing a little bit as far as what Burke, what we're carrying in terms of condition. I think the young man over there in the black shirts is probably a little bit trimmer and more ideal in that set. And I'd like to change this one structurally. When you get behind him, he needs more flex down into his passions. He really just needs to reach out there and grab and pull it back towards him. But he does have the right terms of retail product and the amount of muscle that he has into him. Young lady, that's to take nothing away from your bear that comes here in fifth, a bear that you really like in the terms of his base width and what he brings to you. I just think when you get on top of him, he doesn't have the shape, an actual true muscle shape that he kind of wants you, when he drives at you, he presents to you. We want to change him off his rear wheels, maybe straighten him out, give him a little bit more straight down into his passion, into his hock, and trim him up in his overall condition. But I think you do a few of those things, open him up in his rib shape, you've got a really competitive class winner there. Congratulations to each one of you exhibitors here with the Berkshire Bears. We'll bring out our respective first and seconds for our champion.
the show arena, you need to have your mask on. Any 4-Hers in show arena needs to have their masks.
Here at our Champion Bird Drive, I think it's a great way to start our bear show off. So thanks for the exhibitors bringing me a nice set of Berkshire bears. I think once again there's one in terms of what I like in the bear show as far as getting put together, as far as scale-wise size, frame size, the amount of muscle, length of hip, stoutness. The bear out of the first class is going to win the Berk show, followed by we're going to keep the pair together and use our second out of that class as reserve. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Class 3, Burt Burrows. First is Shea Stewart. Second place, Hunter Drooschchild. Third, Ella Peak. Fourth, Gabe Fulkerson. And fifth is Abigail Fountain. The champion Burke is Bella Notchker. Reserve, Shea Stewart. Class 1, Chester. McRae King.
Here in our first set of Chester Bears, we've got a really nice group. We got two different types of kinds of hogs out here. I think the one we're going to start off the class, the logical place for me is the young man over here in the yellow shirt. When you start talking about that type of market hog, he's just got a little bit of the extras. He's got a little bit more look about him. He's a little bit more uppity about his head and neck. You like the way he ties in nicely and neatly about the top of his shoulders. But a bear, for me, if I could change him, I'd really like to give him a little bit shot more bone. You start evaluating him down there at the ground, he kind of gets a little bit down, gets a little foot size. You'd like to change, maybe add a little bit of that to him, and maybe give him a little bit more shape and dimension down in the bottom portion of his ham. But an overall really nice Chester Barrow. Yeah, man, that's to take nothing away from your barrow coming out here in second. A barrow that, when you start evaluating him from the side, he's definitely the longer spine of the two hogs that are out here. He's a little bit longer hipped, and you'll like about it. But when you hang him up on the rail, he's going to have a really nice long carcass. There's a lot of retail product in that hog. He just doesn't have the extras that the class winners got. If we could give him a little bit more look, get him a little bit more up out of his head and neck, and a little more base width, he comes in here and competes really hard for that class. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause.
never truly tried.
Class 2 Chester, first place, Klein Woodward. Second place, Levi Peak.
When you come out here in our heavyweight Chester Bear class, I think when you analyze all three of these bears from the side, they present you the same kind of features. They're really long-bodied, really extended from flank to flank. You like their soundness. They get out and track pretty easy. As you can kind of see, they like to hop around out here. I think there's one bear to me that just kind of separates in terms of market acceptability and market range and what's more ideal when we start talking about the market hog. Plus, he's got some extras. I mean, he's got more shape. He's got more natural muscle about him. And that's the young man's barrel right here with the green mask on. Young man, you're going to win this class. That takes nothing away from the bears that are coming out here in second and third, respectively. The young man over there on the rail with the orangish red shirt, young man, you're going to be coming out here second. A barrel that, when you start analyzing the two coming out here in second and third, he's probably got the more muscle out of it. You start measuring him at the ground, he's got more base width, he's got more shape and dimension across his top. You just kind of want to give him a little bit of that extra pop, a little extra design, and definitely want to trim him up in his overall condition. Young man coming out in third, don't take anything away from that barrel that you got there. When you start, like I've talked about in the Berkshire Drive, when you peel the hide off these things, it's all just red meat and muscle underneath them. And I think when you get in terms of market acceptability, you've got a really nice project there. He just kind of lacks the extra shape and dimension of the class winner and the overall look and design of our second. So congratulations to both of you young men.
Class 3 Chester, first place, Will Taubert. Second, Zayden Rootschild. And third, Baron Rootschild.
out here for the Champion Chester Drive. I'd like to give a good shout out to both these young men for coming out here and getting they showing the fire out of these Chester Bears. For a breed that's known more for their maternal ability than their terminal ability, I think we have a good representation of what an ideal market hog should be out here in this drive. But for me, there's one out here that just kind of gives me a little bit more better look. When you get over him, he's got more shape and top. Right now, as far as market turn standability, he may not be the most ideal in his overall condition. But young man out of the first class, you're going to go ahead and win the Champion Chester. Let's bring out that reserve out of that class. The young man coming out of that class, I'm sorry, I apologize. They gave me 2 microphones. I don't know what to do. We come out, we evaluate these 2 bears coming out here for Reserve Chester. They kind of match up in their overall shape and design and how they're put together and structurally look. They're both long-bodied. They're both stout at the ground. They both have some base width. But I believe for me and my preference today, the young man coming out of the second class there with the green mask, you're going to go ahead and be Reserve Chester. Just the extra stoutness and power when you get down over the top of him kind of separates him from me this afternoon. So congratulations, young man. You'll be Reserve Chester.
Champion Chester, Klein Woodward. Reserve, Will Talbert.
Duroc showman in the ring, you can rest for a moment. The judge is looking at the virtual entries for the Duroc barrows.
Attention in the arena. Purdue guidelines states you have to be 6 feet apart and have a mask on, or it could be shut down. So that means people on the other side of the white fence, spread out a little bit. Am I talking to the wall?
Well, I tell you what, sorry it took me a minute to judge that class there virtually, but turned back around and start evaluating. I tell you what, there's some Duroc barrels in here that really kind of come out and kind of command your attention. There's two in particular I think that come out here and are competing pretty hot and heavy for the class. And when you start to sit there and evaluate them for yourself, you get down to some pretty nitty-gritty deals. They both are. They adequate in their muscle? Absolutely. Have they got shape and design and dimension? Absolutely. You know, when you're talking about where are they at in terms of their overall finish and market-ready acceptability, I think there's one more terms. That's where you kind of see a little bit difference. I think weight-wise and muscle-wise, they're kind of both where they would like to be. I think they're both structurally acceptable. There's just one here for me. I think that's just, it kind of just picks up and says, hey, you know, here's where we need to be. This is why I'm here. I'm here to win this show. And that's the young man over here in the yellow shirt. Where you'd like to change this barrel especially is when you start evaluating him in his forerib. The barrel that comes here in second is probably more acceptable in where he comes in and ties into his forerib. That barrel for me is just more market ready than the barrel that comes out here in second. That's a young man in the blue shirt kind of driving out towards the gate. That barrel's really good in his own right. I think it just comes down to me of what my personal preference is today for this show. And young man, I think in another week this is going to be a completely different deal. I think that other barrel is kind of pushing his acceptability and where he is market-wise and the amount of condition he's carrying. If it was me wanting to go into another show here on down the road, your barrel's the one I'd be wanting to drive. That takes nothing away from the barrels that are still out here in the ring. Young man out here in the blue shirt directly in front of me, hey, you're a solid third. You just come in with some pretty good barrels right there ahead of you. You've got a lot of shape. You got a lot of dimension. You love when you get behind this barrel. He's big-footed. He's big-boned. You like the center. You like the dimension and shape he's got down into the center portion of his ham. Just a barrel for me. We need to get him a little more elevated up through his top, relax him down in his top line, and he's out here and he competes pretty hot and heavy. That doesn't take anything away, once again, from the two still standing out here. Young man on the rail and the young lady out here, I think when you start evaluating where they separate in terms of me is in terms of their structure on the move. They're both acceptable in the amount of muscle and shape that they have. When we start walking on barrels, I know, you sit there and say, hey, why are we talking structure on market barrels? I think it's important when we start separating, we get down into some of these pretty tight decisions. That's one way where we get sort of. Young lady's going to be fourth coming out here. I think that's where she separates it. When you get behind this barrel, he tracks out better. He's got more flexibility. And a barrel that comes out here and rounds out the class, I mean, is he got a lot of muscle and meat into him? Absolutely. But I think that's kind of his downfall. I don't think his structure and his base width is nice enough or or open enough for him to carry what he's got. He walks outside of his skeleton and he kind of paddles when he moves off of his rear too. I just think for me, he may be pushing a little bit in the terms of how much muscle expression he's got. We just need to reel him back in and kind of get his legs up underneath him. Congratulations to each one of these individuals. A really nice, top, excellent pair in the top of this class. Coming out here in our heavyweight Durox, I think this by far is probably the deepest class that you kind of get into as far as quality from top to bottom of where, once again, where you set your priorities. I think there's one in here to me. You know, we get into some of these big barrels. I'm going to be kind of a big freshness guy. I kind of like these things when we get to show them. And I said, you know, in Kentucky, we kind of have the luxury of being able to show about every weekend at different places. But I think kind of the different areas you go to, you kind of got to gear these things to one day. And I think there's two in here that for me maybe just a little bit past their prime. And if we could just take them back, reel them back, maybe hold them a little bit long and freshen them up, I'm talking like they're good. But there's one for me that just seems to be a little bit more fresher pairing. He's kind of, is he the showiest bear out here? No, not by any means. I think the other two probably got more show look and appeal to them, but for me, it's a whole standpoint of let's get some freshness into these things. Let's get them structurally built right and sound, and let's put some meat and muscle into these things. That being said, young man in the paisley shirt, I think you're going to be my logical place to start this class. He's the plainer appearing barrow out of the three, but he doesn't give away up anything in terms of his muscularity or his length of body and his stoutness. He's probably the stoutest footed one in this class, but he does that also with really sound structure and being able to move out here fluid. Now that comes down into the two bears I was talking. I believe that they're probably a little bit past their prime. I think these bears are probably pushing around 300 pounds. So when you get into that, you got to consider these things of where are they going to be acceptable? And to me, there's one in here who kind of just separates himself ever so slightly in terms of his balance and how he moves about the ring. That's the young man's barrel that's still left out here. In terms of, once again, where would we like to change him? We definitely want to freshen him up. We definitely want to give him a little bit more shape up top and dimension, but I think that has to come along with his freshness. Young lady, that's to take nothing away from your barrel coming out there in third. I think, if this barrel we could trim him back a little bit, he's going to come in here and he might win this class. We'd like to see a little bit more bone and shape about him, a little bit bigger foot, but one we could trim up underneath, trim up some of that jowl. You talk about one that's got some meat into him. We appreciate him for that. But I think these barrels that round out this class, a really tough class there in those top three. Let's give them a nice round of applause before we select our Duroc Barrel champ.
Class 2, Duroc Barrows. First place, Klein Woodward. Second place, Justin Brown. Third, Silas Norman. 4, Avery O'Brien. And 5, Clayton Hyman. Class 3, Duroc. First place, Wyatt Campbell. Second place, Briley Dill. Third place, Brycelyn Yost.
Here in our Duroc Bear Drive, I think when we kind of came out of that both classes and we brought two kind of different hogs, I'm going to talk both of these and then kind of tell you, how I see it coming out. Young man, you've got the shorter body, shorter flanked the barrel, but I tell you what, he's got the look and design that you kind of want to achieve, and you look to, as a breeder, you try to replicate. You love his head neck set and carriage, and he reaches out. And just grabs ground and tears it up. He's got enough shape and enough dimension. Is he the stoutest one out of these two? I don't think so. I think the collar for when you hang him up on the rail, the winner goes to the second out here, or out of the second class. But with that comes a lot plainer package. I mean, he's a little bit smaller scaled, smaller framed, and I think the doability in that barrel is pretty good. But once again, we are out here. We're in the show pig deal. We like these things to be fancy. We like these things to be cool looking, especially from my standpoint. So, young man, I'm going to go ahead and give you the nod out of that first class. I like that barrel an awful lot. That's to take nothing away. Let's bring that second place out of that first class to kind of take a look and evaluate for reserve. I think as we bring out second place in out of the first class, we sure don't lack any quality of what we left there. We bring him in; he comes right in here and is a contender right off the bat. So I like that barrel that comes out as that second. He follows the typing kind of the class winner that came out we used for division or for champion. So I think what I'm going to do is go ahead and stick him two out of the class one together. Young man out of class one, second place, you're going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Champion Aroff, Klein Woodward. Reserve, Justin Brown. Class 1, Hamp Arrows, Mabry King.
Here, I guess in our only class of hand bearers, I tell you what, when you get out here from a judge's perspective and you got them anywhere from, 220 pounds to almost pushing 300 pounds, it makes it a little difficult because you got to evaluate where they are in terms of their of their development and where can you prolong of how are they built. So you kind of just kind of take it down, skin it down back to the basics of building them up from the ground up, muscle, shape, dimension, and then kind of go from there and base it upon a lot of structure and how they're made. With that being said, I think there's 3 in here that are really, really made really, really nicely. I think there's a lot of structure, so we go back and then say, okay, let's talk about terms of where can we separate and how do they separate themselves. I think there's one out here in terms of the fact of, is he right on where he needs to be? He's pretty close. You'd like to see him have a little bit more weight in pounds and weight per day of age than what he's got, but that's just part of it. Sometimes these things don't feed out like you can. I think there's one in here that may be just a little bit overdone. He may be pushing a little bit too heavy as far as what terms of market acceptability is. I know we're in the show pig thing and we talk about markets, but I mean it really is based upon that true thing of once these projects are done, there is one reason why we raise pigs. With that being said, I think that there's one out here that just kind of puts those extra things. He's got some extra stoutness, some extra bone. I like his hip structure. I like the amount of stoutness and power when you get in behind him. He's one that one of my mentors always says, you build them from the ground up. If they're as big as they are at the top, they're as big as they are at the bottom. That's what we want to make it. So I think when you evaluate this barrel, the young lady here in the black shirt is going to win our class. I think he does that exactly the way is ideal for me. He's wide down at the ground, so you build him on a big, strong, wide base. That means they're going to have the ability to put on a lot of muscle shape up top. Now, with that being said, I think that barrel is a little bit overdone. I think he's pushing a lot of extra fat down underneath him. We could trim him up down underneath for sure, but one that in terms of acceptability of structure and how he's built and made, I like that one an awful lot. Young man out here in the long sleeve blue shirt, your hog is right there on track. I talked about earlier in my reasons about where we would like for him to be. I'd like to see this guy have a little bit more pounds and weight per day of age on him. I think right now he's just a little bit green in his overall condition. I think we feed this barrel a little bit longer and put a little bit more time and energy into him. He's going to come up there and make that barrel that won the class run for his money. I like the way he's built. Just needs a little bit more time on feed for me. That's to take nothing away from the 2 hogs coming out here in 3rd and 4th. The young man in the short sleeve shirt, I love the way your hog is built. He's sound structured, he's long bodied, he's got proportional, he balances up really well. Man, he just gets out horsed in here. And I think that's just the relativity of where he's at and in his stage of production and where he's at and as far as his age. But I like that barrel an awful lot. Keep that barrel on feed and he'll turn into something really, really nice for you. Young lady, that's to take nothing away from your bear coming out here in 3rd. He's just out of these 4 bears, he's the plainer made one. He doesn't have the extra look or design or balance to him. But, I mean, you talk about one that's got some red meat and muscle into him. You get behind him. You like his base width. You like his stoutness out through down to the ground. You like how he opens up in the center portion of his ham. He's just got a lot. He just doesn't have all of the extras that the 3 bears ahead of him have. So, congratulations, young lady. Congratulations to that class. Great set of Hampshire bears. A lot of differences to sort from the top down.
Class 2 hand barrels. First place, Carrington Yost. Second, Justin Brown. Third, Henry Kane. And 4, Shea Sturrock.
All right, I want to say I appreciate all you exhibitors and parents and stuff being patient with me, and I think the event staff here. We're we're dealing with a set of circumstances we're not used to, having to judge some of these things virtually online versus in person. So bear with us as we work through that process, and I appreciate you working with me. With that being said, we're going to come out here in our Hereford Drive, and I think there's two out here that really suit me pretty well as far as their type and kind and where we want to be in terms of our market bearers. The young man there in the red mask and the red shirt, I'm going to start the class off with you. I really like this bearer in these terms of when you get him out and get him drove. I love his structure. I love the way he's kind of put together. We want to change him. He gets really deceptive, and when you get up on top of him, you think, well, he doesn't have the shape and dimension of the young lady coming out in second in the black shirt. But then when you get to analyzing him, I think if we clip this bear down a little bit tighter up underneath his jowl, he doesn't look near as overdone or finished. I think he's got some long hairs in there. I think we present that sucker in a little bit different manner. And, man, I tell you what, I think it makes a big difference as far as being shaped. But that's why you pay me as a judge, to be able to find out those little minute details and focus on it. But the young lady coming out here in second, I tell you what, from a standability of what kind of hog it's got retail product, this pig's got it. Big muscled, big footed. You like his center dimension into his ham. He's got some shape and dimension about him. He just doesn't have that overall look that the bear comes out here in second. He's just plainer package. I think he's pushing terms and limits of carrying too much for me, for my preference. I like these things to be fit and trim when we take them to the show when we have our end point. But as far as those two kind of separate themselves right off the top for me. That'll be your champion and reserve Hereford. That's to take nothing around or out away from the third and fourth hogs in this class. Young man over the gate over there, I think that pig's going to get the best of you today. He's kind of been riding that gate, and we could get him out here and get him drove. I think you look at him, and, man, you like him in terms of his structure and the things he puts together. He's probably the most correct out of his shoulders in the way he ties into the front of his shoulder, comes down, goes back into his knee. You really like the angles into that. He's probably more fluid and flexible off of both the ends of his skeleton compared to the class winner in second, but a bear that's just not there in terms of where he is at in his maturity stage. He needs to be a little bit larger scaled, but you put that bear in and you get him a little bit more time on feed, he comes up and starts competing for the top of that class. Young lady, that's taking nothing wrong from the bear that you got coming out here in fourth. A bear that you love, his stoutness of feature. He's big boned, he's big footed. One that you just want to change structurally as far as what you'd like to change about him. Then need maybe correct him a little bit in the terms of his hock set. Want to relax him down in his top line, get him a little bit more level designed. But a barrel that I think would make a good project if we could fix those little bitty things about his structure to get him on up here in this class. Congratulations to all of our Hereford exhibitors. Give them a nice big round of applause.
Hereford Barrows. Champion, Brody Moore. Reserve, Grace Kinzer. Third, Justin Beaver. And fourth, Brianna Garrison. Brody Moore, champion, bred and owned.
Just a reminder, you can leave as soon as you're finished showing today. If you are stalled in the barn, your pens must be clean before you leave. If you're stalling out of your trailer, please pick up all trash and throw them in the proper containers.
All right, young ladies, I hate to tell you this, but you are the only two Polands here today, so I think you can rest it easy. One of you is going to be champion, one of you is going to be reserve, but at the same accord, I think both of you could stand some competition out here. I think both your bears are made really well. I think structurally they're kind of on point where we want to be. I think there's one out here when I sit here and we evaluate them where they're in terms of their stages and their maturity patterns. There's one out here that for me just kind of suits me a little bit better overall. I think he's got a little bit extra length of body. I think he's got more retail product in relation to that length of body. I think when you get behind him, he's definitely stouter made. I think he's got more width and dimension through his lower portion of his ham, and that kind of gives relation into his base width. Although he's not the cleanest throated one that's been in the ring today, I think in market standability, he's probably the most ideal out of the two. And that's the young lady's burr over there on the wall in the flowered shirt. Young lady to come out here in second. This burr is really neat from the profile. You really like when you get him out drove and he gets his head stuck up there and drives. I think for me, he just fades away into the fact that he doesn't have enough from behind. We need to open him up, get him a little more base width, get him a little more shape down in the lower portion of his ham to compete with the bear over there in class. Nice set of bears, a little bit different types and kinds for me today. One that the class winner, we like the extra body and extension, which relates into that retail product. So congratulations to both these young ladies, a nice set of Poland bears.
Class 2 spots to the show arena. Class 2 spots to the show arena.
Well, you bring me a nice set of spot bearers out here to sort, so we'll take a little bit of time and talk about each and every one of these. I think there's definitely some types and kinds in here that kind of sort themselves into different places in this class. There's one out here I think that's just a really cool made bear. You've heard me talk all day about in terms of where they are in their finish, and I'm kind of a guy who leans more towards the find of having one a little too lean, a little too fat. That's just my personal preference, but I also like these things built sound at the ground, wide based. Let's lay that muscle in there on top of them as long as their skeleton can handle it. And I think there's one that when you talk about laying out in a wide base and then you start putting some retail product into him and some meat and muscle, there's one in there who really, really does that a lot well for me. That's a young man over here in the blue shirt. I think this barrel, when you get him out, I mean, he's sound enough on the move. He's big-footed, he's big-boned, and I mean, he's just a stout-featured fella. He carries a lot of meat and muscle, but when you start analyzing him at the ground, man, he is wide open and ready to roll. So he can handle all that extra product that he's got into him. And for a spot, you know, to carry that much meat and muscle on one is a pretty nice little feature to see. We come into the class there after that, you start kind of sorting. For me, it gets a little bit tougher. I think there's two bears in here that are a lot like in their type and kinds. They've got some length of body and some flank, you know, really long from flank to flank, but they're just a little bit plainer over on their rib shape. Do they have muscle and meat? Absolutely. And we can sort these things a little bit on their structure here at this point, but there's one to me that I think right now, today, he's more market ready and puts a little bit more of them good things. And that's the bear over there in the corner that's kind of headed out the out gate. That bear there just seems to be kind of one of those ones who's kind of just ready to go. He just doesn't have a lot of the extras of the bear there that comes out in first. I think his teammate that kind of comes in here and ties him up, and we have to sort a little bit more, is the bear over there that's standing next to him, the young man in the black shirt. That bear there is built in a lot like the bear that comes up there in second. He just doesn't have the overall muscle shape and dimension when you get into his quarter and down into his top that the bear that ahead of him possesses. That brings us down to the two young ladies' bears out here in class. You like both of these bears in terms of what they're presenting to you in terms of their structure and balance, but there's things that we need to change about the way their muscle pattern lays down into them. The young lady over there in the blue shirt, you're going to come out here in third or in fourth. Just based upon the fact of when you get that bear sitting and he's driving, he works really, really well. He holds his structure really well, and you get to evaluating how he opens up and he ties into his muscle into the front part of his shoulder. He lays it down in the correct way. That's where the bear that comes out here in fifth kind of just hits me a little bit harder in the way he does that. He gets really, really tight in his ham-loin junction, which kind of makes him want to roach up on his top. If we can relax that, maybe open him up there right where he gets in that ham-loin junction and really lay in some more shape and dimension in there, he comes up here and competes for the top of the class. But a bear overall, really like his length of body and his extension from his shoulders forward, but we just need to change him in the way his meat and muscle lays into him, open him up all the way across his body and his skeleton. Let's give each one of these exhibitors a nice big round of applause. We're going to sort another class of spots.
Class 2 spot barrel. First place, Bryson Metzger. Second place, Justin Brown. Third place, Seth Fountain. Fourth place, Avery Sturt. And fifth place, Hope Hofferlin.
Well, I have to give it to this set of spots. I think this is probably the most challenging class to sort today, because you get into there, and I think you've got one pretty elite individual, and then you got, 4 or 5 in here that just kind of make me want to earn my money today, as far as sorting out the differences. So, but there's one individual I think out here that just in terms of what I look for in a market hog, does he have his problems? Yeah, he's kind of got some problems, but are there anything we can't fix? No. I mean, he's built sound. He's built wide. He's got the muscle. That's a young man's bear over here on the gate over here in the checkered shirt. I like the way that one's made. I like the way he's built in terms of his freshness. He's probably not the most ideal of the one in the class, but as far as what he's presenting and how he's doing it, I really like that one. Now we get into this the next individuals in this class. Man, we got a lot of differences, things to sort. And you get into nitpicking some structure issues, you get into nitpicking some muscle and shape issues and dimension. But with that being said, there are things, and there's a thought process in my mind of when we're doing market hogs, and the all in all, the very end product of this whole deal is what retail products we have. I mean, I've been hammering on structure all day, and I think for me, I like structurally correct hogs. I think that's kind of where the basis is, and we can build a lot of things around a good structured one, but we can't put a lot of muscle on a bad structured one. But that being said, there's one individual in here that structurally I don't like, but as far as a product standpoint, he's probably the most powerful and powerfully constructed one. Young lady in the white shirt, that's the one we're talking about there in the white tank top. Yes, ma'am, you right there. I just, when you get in and evaluate this hog the way he is, it seems the further and longer he gets out here, he struggles to move off both ends of his skeleton. But from a standpoint of how much shape and muscle he's got enough, and that standpoint. So that's where you kind of sort the top two of those hogs for me. We get in here in third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, and we evaluate, well, where do we go from here? We like the length of body on all these hogs. There's not a whole lot of are they all perfect structured? No. So from there, we kind of have to sort on what we think and what's our most ideal. And with that being said, I think the young man structurally, the hog that comes out, he's got the best hock set over there on the wall going out the gate. But he'll be our logical third just because of that standpoint. We like that hog. I think he's got products. He's probably the trimmest and most marketable ready out of the ones left in the class. So from there, we kind of sort down. We go into the pair of barras here with the ladies in the black shirt, and we kind of start separating our differences here. Well, I think we get into just some plainer made, flatter ribbed hogs. I mean, you watch them walk there, man, you get in behind them, there's not a whole lot of difference. Man, you start walking, evaluate them, you look for, well, where you separate them. I think the young lady there that's kind of headed out towards the gate is going to be my logical fourth place. I think in terms of where he sits on his pasterns and how he walks, he's better off than the bear that's going to follow him in fifth. He's just a little bit more restricted off of both ends of his skeleton, plainer designed, but we like the extension that this barrel has. They just both need muscle and power and shape to get any higher in the class today. Young lady, that has nothing to take away from your hog there on the rail. This one's probably the largest scaled, biggest frame dog, and I think that's kind of his detriment in this class. He just doesn't have enough rib shape, doesn't have enough volume or mass, and so when you start evaluating him from that standpoint, I don't know that the doability in that hog is there. He's got a lot of dimension to his muscle, but he doesn't have enough muscle. He presents with you, he's got a lot of expression, but he just gets really plain topped when you get on top of him. You get from behind, he just kind of fades down into the lower portion of his ham. So congratulations to all those individuals. A tough class to evaluate. Congratulations. Out here with our champion spots. I do want to take a minute. You haven't heard me talk a lot about those virtual hogs, but I think the individual and I think it's a shame that we have to be faced with this in our day and time. That we have to have these opportunities, but I'm glad that we do have these opportunities for these kids who spend time with their projects and put the time and effort in at home to be able to do this virtual stock show stuff. So I want to commend the individual that had the virtual entry in there. When you evaluate hogs on pictures, it's a whole lot different than having to try one out here and driving and seeing how they work structurally. And you can't tell, how much shape and dimension and freshness. It's really hard to tell that in a picture. But when you talk about one individual that can evaluate what the structure looks like from a standpoint of when they stand still and their base width and putting meat and muscle into feeding one, you can tell those things from those virtual deals. So I want to condemn that, or I want to commend that individual, not condemn them. I want to commend that individual for being able to find a barrow that would come out here and definitely compete. It's just a shame that that individual's not able to be out here in person to do it. But let me tell you what, that takes nothing away from the quality. It's actually out here in the ring with these two boys as they come out here and drive these pigs. You've heard me talk all day about my ideal type barrow. When we start out here and when we sort these two barrows and we get them working, I like the fluidity of the way they move about the ring. I mean, are they perfect? Are they perfect? By no means, but I've never found one yet that's perfect. So when you start doing that, I think there's one out here as far as terms of where they're at in their stage of production. I appreciate what they're doing. Young man, you're going to have our champion spot barrow there in our plaid shirt. I think as far as market availability and market acceptability, you're right in the right weight range that we need to be at. You're right in the right terms of condition. He's good enough structured. He's great. He's got a lot of meat and mass into that one that I really appreciate for that terms. As we bring our second place out in here, I told you in that last class, I think it was a steep hill to climb structurally when we dropped off from that first place one. Well, that still holds true out here in the drive. I think this barrow that comes out of the first place is definitely more structurally more fluid in his movements. Is he perfect by any means? No, but what I would like to change about this barrow at this stage of the game, when you talk about the weight difference in the heavyweight versus this lightweight, I think this lightweight barrow is putting on a little bit too much fat for me. I think we need to trim him up in his overall shape and design. I know that it's a different world that we live in when we start showing some of these market barrows, but I think the fact that barrow is a little bit smaller scaled than the barrow that was coming out of the second class, I think he's a little bit earlier maturing. We could have put a little bit more hold into that barrow. He probably would have come out here and definitely gave that other one a run for his money. I think just in terms of his freshness and where he's at in his endpoint, he's just a little bit too far for his weight range and his scale at this point in the game. So the young man, that takes nothing away from him. You're still going to be reserving this breed, so congratulations. That takes nothing away. Let's give all these exhibitors, especially you, young lady, for a nice round of applause. Great set of spot barrows to sort. Congratulations. Young man, I think once again you kind of drew the lucky straw here in the Bears show today. I think you're the only entry Tamworth, so you're going to be our champion Tamworth. But I think when you start evaluating this guy from the standpoint, could he stand some competition? I think he could, as far as that's concerned. The long-bodied extended made the bear where I'd like to change him. Let's give him a little bit more bone and foot size to go along with that heavy structure and put some more meat and pounds into that one. But an overall really nice Tamworth bear for you, young man. Congratulations. Give him a round of applause.
Class 3, Scott Barrows. First place, Henry Kane. Second, Maggie Peak. Third, Hunter Rootschild. Four, Sarah Prado. And fifth, Hillary Prado. And sixth, Brooklyn Peterson. Champion, Henry Kane. And reserve champion, Bryson Metzger. Class 1, Kenworth Barrow. Champion, Brickton Moore. Class 1, Yorkshire Barrel. Virtual. Champion, Briley Walbeezer.
Tell you what, it's a great way to start our Yorkshire Bears show. I think there's a couple individuals out here that do a really good job of representing what the Yorkshire breed's starting to do in the Bears show. I mean, we all know Yorkshires are more widely known for their maternal ability than their terminal ability, but I think some of these Yorkshire Bears are going to start really competing for some of these big-time deals. I think there's one out here that really suits me in terms of all the complete package: muscle, skeletal width, dimension, shape, freshness, foot size. There is, if we could change it, we would change everything. Let's not get that right. We don't build anyone perfect, so there is things we would change. But I think there's one in terms of what I'm looking for at this point is very acceptable. Young lady here in the red shirt driving this Yorkshire Bear up here is going to be our class winner. I think in terms of where he's at, I just really like him. He's not the most explosive muscled one or got the most shape as anything in here in the class, but I think he's the most fluid and sound as he gets out and move. Really like to maybe change him in the way he flexes out of his pastern, but I think he's got enough flex in about it. And I think his structure is where he separates himself from the bear that's going to come here in second. That's the young lady here with the paisley shirt on. I think when you look at this bear, I think he struggles really bad off of both ends. He's too straight-shouldered, and he doesn't have enough flex out there in his hock, which I think has a little bit relationship into the fact he's a little bit shorter hip than the bear that we used to win the class. But when you get on top of this one, he's got a lot of shape and a lot of muscle. But I think that could be to his detriment because I don't think his structure is built right enough for him to carry that. Now from there we go on, we get into some plainer made pigs. Those top two had a little bit of look and design to them. They balance up pretty nicely. Their proportions were right. And I think that's where we kind of get into these hogs coming here in third, fourth, and fifth. They're just a little bit plainer made. I think there's one that when you get out and evaluate where he looks at from his head and neck standpoint and how extended and long-fronted he is, he's not the heaviest muscled one in the class, but he's probably the most extended one in this class. And that's a young lady walking here directly in front of me in the strappy shirt. Plain-looking barrel, but a barrel from the standpoint of when you get him on the profile on the side, he's really long from his forerib back into his rear flank, and you appreciate him from that because that's basic. That's where all the retail product is, right there on top of his shoulders, from his shoulders back into his ham-loin junction. And that's where that barrow excels. Where we'd like to change him is let's give him a little bit more stoutness, get him powered up from the ground up, and he comes up there and he competes and gives those top two bears a run for their money. Now the fourth place bear that would come out, we start separating some differences here between these two. I think the young man's barrel that's coming out here in fourth is more acceptable to me in terms of his muscularity and the dimension that he presents to you. Now, is he right off his rear too? No, he toes in, he needs more base width. We need to straighten him up from hock to ground. But once again, just plainer made version of that pig that just walked out here in third. Young lady comes out here in fourth. I think this one, in terms of where he's at, he's a little bit too straight in his shoulders, which gets him a little bit straighter down into his knee and into his front pastern. But I think from a standpoint of where he is and his length of body and his length of hip, I appreciate him for those aspects. We just want to change him the way he moves off structurally and overall just build him up from the ground and give him more power and base width all across. But congratulations, an exceptional set of barrows in those top three. Let's give all these Yorkshire Bear exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Class 2, York Barrow. First place, Kenny Deckard. Second, Michaelan Turner. Third, Macy Nicholson. Fourth, Andrew Keith. And fifth, is that Lane? Lane Hofferland.
although there's not a whole lot of numbers here in our heavyweight Yorkshire drive, I think there's two exceptional barrows out here in their own right. There's a barrow that we're going to start off the class with that I think in terms of where he's at, he's once again, he's pushing a little too much for me and my personal taste, but I guess at the standpoint of, once again, we have a little bit of give and take. Young lady, we're going to start your barrow off here with the class winner. I think in terms of when I start to evaluate that hog, man, I love him at the base of the ground. Really wide constructed, got a lot of base width and skeleton. He carries that up into his body cavity. He has lots of rib and body and shape into him. Love him in his dimension and his muscularity for a Yorkshire. Now, with that being said, I think he's way overdone. I think we need to freshen his hog up. I think in terms of what it is, and I think that has a relation to do the fact that he is so easy fleshing. When you have an easy fleshing one, it's hard to kind of do it. And I think this bear probably just ran and go. And sometimes they can get away from you. But if we could have freshened that hog up and trimmed him up a little bit, man, is he smoking pretty good. Now, young man, that don't take nothing away from the hog you driving. You're driving the pants off that sucker, and I can appreciate that, all right? You're doing a great job getting out here driving this bear, and that takes nothing away from him. I love the foot size in this guy. Big toes, big square feet, great base width. He's built up from that. He just doesn't have the overall look and presence and shape and expression that the barrel that we have coming out in first does. I love this barrel from the extension standpoint. Let's give him a little bit nice big round of applause and congratulations to these Yorkshire exhibitors. We'll come out here and pick you a champion. Once again, as long there wasn't very many numbers in the Yorkshire show, but I think the quality on this top end kind of puts it through the day. Both of these young ladies have brought a couple of exceptional bears out here to be evaluated and shown. But I've talked all day about being structurally correct, being able to move off of both ends of their skeleton. Let's build them right. Let's build them wide at the ground. Let's put some meat and muscle into them, and let's rock and roll with these things. I think at the standpoint when you get them to a point of, 265, 275 pounds, I mean, that's ideal for me. That's where we're going to cut a high cutability carcass. That's where we're going to have these things at the right maturity pattern. And when we get some of these bears that approach 295, 300 pounds, we get in some freshness issues. Now, that's my standpoint. We get some fresh-looking hogs. We get the hogs that are in the right shape in terms frame of mind. That's where we need to be. Now, that takes nothing away from either one of these bears, but I think there's one that in those terms suits it my taste a little better for me today, and that's the young lady here in the red shirt. Congratulations. We'll bring out that second place in that first class, and we'll keep driving these hogs to find us a reserve. I think in this barrel that came out, we talked a lot about, his structural ability of being able to move off of both ends. And once again today, I don't mean to be harping on structure, but that's kind of a standpoint that when we show market hogs or we're raising market hogs, that's kind of where we want to be, because I think that's a valuable piece that I can sort ourselves off of. If we've got one that comes out here and moves and goes and does, the rest of that stuff we could kind of take care of. We've got to build them structurally right, and then we can put the meat and muscle into them, and let's rock and roll. With that being said, young lady on the fence with the big heavyweight bear, you're going to be our reserve Yorkshire. So congratulations.
Class 2, York Barrows. Or, wait a minute, I already done Class 2, didn't I? So I need to do champion. Hey, we need champion reserve, correct?
Champion.
Okay. York champion, Kendi Deckard. Reserve, Lauren Beeler. Remember, please stay 6 foot away, and all 4-Hers need masks. In case you don't know what 6 feet is, look at me.
I'll have to admit, as a show pig enthusiast, I think when we started showing crossbreds, that's kind of my deal. I love good crossbred market bears, so Nothing excites me more than sorting some of those. This first class of market bears, I think from top to bottom, man, we got some different types and kinds and shapes and colors and sizes and everything else in between. So you kind of, once the Duke's mixture bag, you kind of got to set yourself in the mindset of let's get these things and let's see what suits me the best. I think there's one out here that, in terms of when you sit there in your mind and you draw up what should a crossbred market hog look like, I think there's one out here that kind of suits the bill. Young lady out here with the blue shirt on, I think when I sit there and I picture what a crossbred market hog should look like, that's pretty close to the image I get in my mind. I think she does a great job. What she does really well with this market barrel is getting him and allowing his head and neck set to be in the right position when she drives him. I think if she gets his head and neck set up, he starts looking a little bit shouldered and he starts to fall apart. But she drives him really well and in the correct manner to get that head set so he does look level made and level designed, and it doesn't hurt to his detriment. Big-footed, sound made, keep feeding that barrel, he's going to make a great project. Now that takes nothing away from the four that are still left out here driving around in the ring. I think once again you got to set your precedence on where you want to be, what you want to do, and how you want to sort them. And I think there's one in here that, to me, that just kind of follows a little bit of that type and kind of the availability of being a show pig. And young man, that's your Duroc-looking bear, Duroc-appearing bear on the gates over there. I think him in terms of where he could be and structure-wise and doability, he's a good type of market hog. He's not going to ever have the overall looking design of some of these fancy-looking crossbreds, but that's okay. He's a nice, solid-built, good project that's going to have a lot of meat and muscle and look to him. It kind of gets out here when we start to evaluate the final three. You get in here in a little bit of a plainer type of situation where we don't have a lot of look and design in these pigs, but they're still good-made pigs. They're still good feeding, doability type of hogs. The young lady over there on the rail with the white blue-butted bear coming out here, I think when I evaluate him in terms of his length of body and his amount of muscle and stoutness that he has, he kind of falls into a logical third. Now, is he perfectly structured? No, not for me, but the type of kind of the doability that he has, I think we could feed that one into a pretty decent market hog. Now, the two black belted hogs that are left, I think we get into evaluating them. They're just overall too tight made. We need to open them up in their overall rib design, open them up at the top point of their shoulder, and let's lay some meat and muscle down into them. They both have a long enough body and a low enough foot size, but where they separate for me is the young man's bear over here. I think when you get down in terms of what separates him, he's a little bit more stouter featured when you get in from behind. He's a little wider through his pin set. He's wider through the center portion of his ham, and he carries that with enough muscle expression to make the difference. The young lady's bear that finishes out the class, I just think that in terms of when you get down and look over the top of him, he's just too flat in his rib shape. He's just too tight in his overall restriction of his movement into his ham-loin junction to carry much any more muscle or power with him today. But a great set of crossbred market hogs to start off with. Two really nice ones there on the top of the class. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Class 2, crossbred. First place, Taylor Helbert. Second place, Garrett Shalot. Third place, Cadence Hindman. Fourth is Clayton Hindman. And fifth is Brooke Phipps Blackwell.
All right, I guess you heard me when I told you I really like crossbred market hogs because I think you in this middleweight class here, I think you brought me some really good ones, and you're going to make me make some really tough decisions. But I think there's three hogs out here for sure that sort themselves right to the top. Right as they came in the ring, they all three just said, "Hey, I got that show pig look about me. You need to check me out." So we come out here, and I'm sorry I've been working you a little bit more than what we have been, but I think there's three out here that just really do suit me. I said in the last class, you know, you got that picture in your mind what's a crossbred market hog supposed to look like. I think there's three representations each out here. I think they're all built the same as far as their body types. Now, I think there's differences in weight ranges, you know, and in terms of condition. So, you know, when I start setting my precedents for me, I think there's one out here that just right now for his stage of his game, right where he's at, his muscularity, his standpoint, his freshness, his overall appeal, is a young man's little black belted hog right out here in front. He's going to be your class winner. I love the way that one's built. He's really sound structured. He's big-footed. Now, you sit out there and say, well, he's probably the littlest one out here in the class. Well, yeah, but you take that guy and you keep feeding him on, and I tell you what, he could turn into a big-time show bearer. The two that come out here and make me start thinking about where do we go from there. There's two more out here. That's the young lady out here in the red, and then the young lady over there on the fence in the blue. Both built in terms of the same way as the hog that just won the class. Where I like to change all three of them is, you know, I'm a length of body type of guy. I think we put another rib into each one of these things and stretch them out, and man, are they cool, killer-looking pigs. Now, I kind of give the advantage to the young lady over there in the blue in terms of what's going to sort me. She's going to be second in terms of her structure. He sorts himself to the top, but just by the way he moves off of his rear two legs, he handles himself better out of his hock and down into his pastern. I don't like the fact that he's a little bit pushing condition for his weight range, but hey, we've got to accept some acceptability somewhere. I love that barra, stout, big made, big top, lots of shape and expression in that one. One that we could change. Let's trim him up. Let's get him a little bit clean up underneath that underline, and I tell you what, that's a smoking good one. Now, we come in here to third, and I think that kind of lands me right here with the young lady over here on the gate in the red shirt here. A barrel that when he came in and she drives him from the side, he's got a killer look to him. When you start analyzing him from the side, though, and you really start comparing him to his contemporaries out here of his first and second, I think he's just a little bit shorter hip than the barrel that was here in second. And I think what that does is just kind of throw off his proportions and his balance for me. I think when you start analyzing him in the top three, he needs to be better off of both ends of his skeleton. He wants to paddle and kind of opens up in the point of his shoulders. But one, when you pack that much meat and muscle into one, you got to have a little give and take. Now, you come out here and you sort these three still standing out here. Young man over here on the gate with the paisley-looking shirt getting ready to head out there. I think your pig just went back to the barn. He's ready to go home. A barrow that you love his length of body and the squareness of hip that he presents to you. Just one that has a lot of shape and design to him. He just doesn't have the extras that the three out here ahead of him possess. You come out here, and for me, you sort the two off here at the bottom. The young man here is going to be a solid fifth. A barrow that I just think in terms of his muscularity and the way he's built at the ground. He's wider based. He's bigger boned. He's going to naturally have more muscle shape for me. But where I'd like to change him is with that fact, we need to open him up and straighten him up from his hock to his ground. He wants to paddle off and toe in off of his rear too quite a bit, but one that's got a lot of meat and muscle and presence in that one. The young lady, that takes nothing away from your Chester Appearing Barra or Landrace Appearing Barra. I just think that's just his natural appearance. When you start thinking about one, you give up a lot when you have one that has a little bit lower ears. I think that's more of a commercial-oriented hog, but a hog that's got a lot of doability into it. He just needs more stoutness, power, and thickness to get up there and compete with those top three in the class. Congratulations. Let's give those top three exhibitors a nice round of applause. Great set of hogs coming out. I hope the heavyweight's just as good.
First place, Evan Turner. Second, Lauren Beeler. Third, Kenny Deckard. Fourth, Justin Brown. Fifth, Joe Purcell. And sixth, Brooke Phipps Blackwell.
Well. I think this is going to be a pretty good way to wrap up Crossbred Market Hog Show today. I think there's some individuals out here that are just absolutely kind of at the top of their game right now. As far as where I want to be and what type of market hog, you definitely brought some out here to compete. And I think there is two individuals out here that just really sort themselves to the top, and they come out here and they command a lot of presence. And I think when we start evaluating show pigs, that's the biggest part of the game. We got to get a look, and then from that point, you got to be able to back it up. I think there's two bears out here for me that sort themselves in the top, and I'm going to bring both of them out there and kind of talk to you, and then tell you which one I kind of prefer. The young lady here in the red with the blue-butted barrow, I really like this barrow. He's built right. He's ground solid. He's smooth. He's right in the terms of where I like to be as a freshness standpoint. Even though he's pushing a little bit more towards the weight, I think he's got some doability, and that's what allows him to carry that. Now, the other pig I think that's come out here, the other bear, is a young lady that's working on the wall over there with the solid black hog. I think when you get on top of that hog, man, he has got a world of power and shape and muscle. So when you take those two and you kind of sort themselves off to yourself and you sit there and you analyze, okay, we're checking all the boxes. They're big-footed, they're sound-made, they're good hip, they're proportional in their design. Where do we go from there? Well, I think when we evaluate that, go ahead and bring her back out. We ain't picked yet. We haven't decided yet. We were just talking about each one of them. So I think when you evaluate those two hogs and you start splitting hairs between the two, the preference for me goes to the fact of when you start looking down the top, they're all four built square, they're all 4 feet going the right direction they need to go, flexible off both ends of their skeleton. So we start evaluating to the point of when we get out when we're built at the ground, let's evaluate, let's look at shape, dimension, muscle, the amount of it. And I think what comes down to me is when I separate those two and you start evaluating how their muscle lays down in their tops, how broad their shoulders is, the blue and white barrow just holds himself together just a little bit better for me in terms of being wide-based up through his front end and opened up in his chest floor. He maintains that all the way up to the top of his shoulders and takes that muscle and lays it right back down into a big square open ham-loin junction. And when you talk about putting meat and muscle into one, that's kind of how I prefer to do it. So congratulations, young lady. Nice barrow to start that class off with. Young lady, I tell you what, that's for me, that's splitting hairs on a pretty good one over here. I just kind of picked hairs on yours. You still got an elevated, tall-fronted, sound-moving, just absolutely massive barrow. But when I start evaluating, he gets into his chest floor. He's maybe just a little tad narrow base in the barrow above you. And then when you start evaluating how he lays his muscle in from the top of the point of his shoulders all the way back into his ham-loin junction, that's where all that retail product is. And I think he just tapers off ever so slightly right into that ham-loin junction. So that's what separates you and puts you second. But that's a pretty good crossbred market hog there. We get into the meat of the class here, and I think there's 3 barrows that when we start talking about, the design and the types that they come in and what they follow into the top 2, there's one barrow in here that just really suits me. Young man, that's your solid black barrow coming out here. I think he's really, really made nicely, sound moving, big-footed. He just doesn't have that extra shape and design and power that those 2 above him have. But I love the length of body, and that's probably his class advantage over the 2 ahead of him. He's got the extra rib and a half that those other 2 need in order to lay that much more retail product. He just doesn't have the shape that the 2 above him have. Now we come down in here, we've got the 2 black belted hogs of the young ladies. That's kind of where we come into to 4th and 5th. I think that they're, for my preference, the young lady over here in the paisley shirt does it in a whole lot sounder package. He's big-footed, he's big-ended, he's shapely up top. He just doesn't have the massive expansion and lower rib that we liked in those top 2. Young lady coming over here out in 4th with the black shirt on over here on the rail. I love the length and design of body of this pig. He just fades away from me in his structure. He's a little bit more restricted off of both ends of his skeleton. If we could change that about him, we definitely put him up in the top of this class. Young man, that doesn't take anything away from your 2 pigs that you're still driving out here. Young man with the spotted calico looking hog over here at the gate, we really like him in terms of his dimension and shape. He's got a lot of expression over his top. We just need to open him up in his forerib and in the bottom portion of his skeleton and give him some more capacity in order to eat a little bit more feed. Young man, that does nothing for your blue-butted hog coming out here in 5th. We really, really appreciate the length of body from his forerib back into his rear flank. That's where all that retail product does it. He just doesn't have the overall mass and power that the pigs ahead of him have today. Great class of crossbred market hogs. Let's bring these suckers back out here and pick a champion.
Class 4 crossbred. First place, Kenny Deckard. Is that the right one? Yeah. Second place, Madeline Crouch. Third place, Briley Deal. Fourth place, Anna Hayes. Fifth, Meredith Landis. Sixth, Justin Brown. And 7, Diesel Hunter. Again, 4-Hers need to have their mask on. And if everybody would spread out at least 6 feet, that'd be great. Keep Purdue off her. You can move down here behind the announcer booth if you like.
Coming in here in our next crossbred market hog class, we've got some different types and kinds in here. I think there's one in here I think puts a lot of good things together as far as a crossbred barrow for me. You know, he's elevated. He's got some of those extra special things that we try to put in these things. He's a little bit more elevated, tall front about of his shoulder. Even that doesn't have any relativity to as far as market hog production, but he definitely has the eye appeal to him. Young man over there in the corner out by the outgate, you're going to be our class winner. Not as shapely as some of the other hogs in this class, but as far as his expression and his design and put together, I think he's acceptable in terms of all that. Now the young man coming out here in second is the young man coming out over here with the plaid shirt on. I appreciate this barrow for the fact of his long-bodied. He's opened up in the bottom portion of his rib. He just doesn't have enough shape and muscle when you get him from behind him. We like to change him there. Where I give the advantage to the barrow coming out in third is the young lady here, belted hog coming out here in third. I think when you start evaluating him in terms of what he brings to the class, you know, he doesn't have the length of body that the barrow above him does have, but he's got the muscle and shape that that gives him enough shape to stay where he's at. He just needs to have a little bit more opened up under the bottom portion of his skeleton, open him up in that lower rib, and I think he competes with the barrow that wins the class. That's to take nothing away from the young lady out there on the rail with the Hereford appearing market barrow. I just think your hog is, at this point, just a little bit plainer in his overall design. Doesn't have the mass and power and foot size to compete with some of these other barrows in the class, but one that you love from his flank to flank, his length of body, and the fact that he's got some retail product into him. We'd love to appreciate that. Nice way to wrap up the class. Let's give all these exhibitors a big round of applause.
Class 5 crossbred barrows. First place, Jacob Kinzer. Second, Hayden Deal. Third, Brooke Blackwell. And fourth is Brooklyn Peterson.
And our final class of crossbred bears here, I think once again the quality from the very first class all the way here to the very last class has been fairly competitive and really deep, and it's been a pleasure to evaluate. I think in terms of this class, you know, there's 4 pretty good market bears out here, and when I start to sit here and evaluate, I think there's one that just kind of is a combination to me. I'm kind of a combination guy. I don't like extremes in either direction. Off of either end, other than the fact of, you know, they got to be acceptable in all terms. So if we can find the ones that are acceptable in all terms and we make these things complete, we make these things competitive. So I think the one that suits me the best is a solid white hog of the girls here in the black. I think from a structure standpoint, she probably separates herself from me as how her skeleton's put together, how her top line lays into the top point of her shoulder, and how that levels out all the way out into her hip and into her tail head. I think that's really, really neat about that hog. Now, she's not the most shapely hog in this class, but one I think that's shapely enough and has enough bone size, foot size, and power to compete. Now, where we go from there, I think it's between the young man's black hog back there on the rail and the young man's white blue-butted hog here up next to me. I think when we start separating those two, I think one's more acceptable in terms of their condition. I think the young man's white barrow is probably a little bit more further along in its condition, but I think he's got doability in the fact of his scale is right, he handles it correctly. I think he's got enough muscle to separate himself from the barrow out of the black barrow there. So that's my logical second to place. Congratulations. Yeah, man, that takes nothing away from your black bear. I think he's just more restricted out of his front end. I think when you more you get his head put up, the more he lays his shoulder back into his body, makes him seem a little straighter shouldered, makes him seem like he's a little tender off that front end. If we could change that about him, I think you've got a pretty solid market hog there with the length of body and the length of flank to flank and the shape that he has from behind. I think you sort yourself way on up here in competition. Young man coming out, rounding out the class over there on the gate in the blue shirt. Your hog just doesn't have enough to him today. Doesn't have enough middle to compete with the hogs above him. But, man, I tell you what, I think he's laid down on the right type of skeleton. We just need to open him up and give him an extra shot of juice every now and then to get him up into this competition today. Let's congratulate all these exhibitors. It's going to be a great grand drive. We get these crossbred bears out here. Let's get them rocking and rolling.
Class 6 crossbred. First place, Anna Hayes. Second place, Graham Notcher. Third place, Trevor Hunter. And fourth, Finn Lantis.
Hey, I tell you what, it's great to have a good staff that you can have a good day up here and enjoy yourself, and that's definitely been a part of it. So before we wrap up this crossbred drive, I want to thank everybody for coming out and allowing me to come up here and sort hogs. But when we get down to the brass tacks, I've talked about each and every one of these when they came out in class, and man, I tell you what, it's always a great joy to come up and get to sort good pigs. Every now and then they let me cross that little river that to the south there and come up here north and see some good livestock. So I appreciate that, and every time I come up here, it's never a disappointment. With that being said, I think there's three hogs out here, just to me, that just right in the terms of excel in their durability and their shape and their market hog look. I mean, I always go back, and I hope to teach all of our kids back home and my own daughter of what a good market hog is going to look like. And I know we go through changes, and everything changes from year to year and times to times. And I think there's one thing that remains the same. It doesn't matter what you look or whatever, however you want to look at them. Good stock's good stock, and I can appreciate the types and their body kinds and their body shapes, different colors, different sizes. So when I come out here and I start sorting these crossbreds, I think there's three, and I'm going to point them out, so don't jump the gun and think you've won yet. But I think there's three out here in this drive that just do it for me. That's the young man's belted hog right here in front of me, the young lady's black and white hog in the long sleeve blue shirt, and the young lady's blue and white hog over here on the rail that just right now, right when it's important, he's not cooperating with you. Now, I know there's different types and kinds amongst those three, but I can look at those three and I can say, man, those are show pigs. Those are what crossbred hogs to me are supposed to look like. Now, we look at their body shapes and their length of body and the amount of rib that they have. I think it's so important when we start putting these things together. We can have big bone, but if it's not, doesn't work. If we have big bone, we don't have enough muscle shape, and we don't have enough skeleton to support it. We got size. We got different scale sizes. If they're too small scale and they're too muscled, they're rolled up and they're not the structure can't hold up. And then you've got one that's got a little bit more length of body, but it doesn't have enough rib shape. With rib shape comes durability, comes feedability, becomes efficient. And I think you've got to wrap all those things up into one package. And so when you take all that in consideration in the crossbred market hog thing of which one does the most good. And to me, I think there's one out here that does the most good. And I think for me today, at this time in the stage of the game and the stage of maturity and the way that's going out, that's a young lady's blue and white butted hog over there on the rail. So congratulations. Now, I told you the other two there in here contention. Well, there you go. That young lady did a great job, but the young man and the young lady out here still going. You got to look and you evaluate those two, and I loved each and every one of those hogs as they came out in the drive and in their class. They just command so much presence and so much attention out here as they drive them across. I think there's one for me that suits me just in that terms. There's a little bit more rib shape difference. I think he's a little bit more opened up in the bottom part of his skeleton. I think that relates to the fact of feedability that he has, and I think that has a lot to do with the efficiency that he has. And I think this one's going to be really good someday. He's just not quite yet today. And young man, that's your belted hog there. You're going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Champion crossbred barrel, Kenny Deckard. Reserve, Evan Turner. Champion Berkshire Earl to the ring. Champion Burke to the ring, please. Bella Nodger. All reserve champions on deck. All reserve champions on deck.
Well, I guess this is part of the culmination of the day, so I won't give. I'm not one of these type of guys to give some big motivational, inspirational end of the speech. You've heard me talk all day. You know what type of hugs I like. You know what I appreciate when it comes to this. We'll go out here and first off, let's congratulate each one of these exhibitors for coming out here and representing themselves, their feeders, their breeders, their parents, their grandparents. It is definitely a different time. Who would have ever thought we'd be out here showing hogs in surgical mask and everything else, worrying about some virus? But I tell you what, there's nothing more that I would rather support than youth livestock programs. And it's always a pleasure to come out. And it's a matter, not a matter of what to do. It's how much and when can we get to do it. And so my wife and I are firm believers in this program. Our family's grown up in it. Our families live it, breathe it. You can imagine. So we know what it takes. We know the hard work and dedication and every chance that we get in to give back and show these kids. There's no better way to raise kids than showing these livestock in the way that we do. So we still live in a free country. America is still free. I hope it stays that way. We just have to, sometimes we just have to deal with politics and things that we don't necessarily deem ideal. So I would like to take this chance before we take a little break and start showmanship and select champion. I'd like to take this chance to thank the 4-H program, Leslie and her whole crew there at the office for giving me the opportunity to come down here or come up here, I guess. I had to cross the river, I had to come north. So come up here and evaluate your livestock, your breeding gelts, and your market bears. It's always a pleasure. It's always a first-class event when we come up here and get the chance to be a part of it. So as we sit around these people up here and all these volunteers out spraying and disinfecting and doing everything, if you walk by, tell them thank you. They don't have to do this. They don't have to spend the time out here. They're not like me. They don't get paid to be out here and give their opinions. So tell them thank you. A simple thank you, I'm sure, goes a long way for each and every one of them. I'm sorry for the families who were not able to come and participate and had to participate virtually. I understand your dilemmas. Maybe this time next year we won't have to worry about this and everything will be great again. Once again, thank all you 4-H members, thank all the 4-H staff, thank all you families, feeders, and breeders for the opportunity to come out here and judge your livestock today. We'll go out here and select you a champion overall barrow and finish out your top 5. Thank you.
Grand champion barrow goes to Kennedy Deckard with the crossbred. Reserve Grand goes to Evan Turner with his crossbred. Third overall goes to Klein Woodward with the Duroc. Fourth overall goes to Bella Nodger with the Berkshire. Fifth overall goes to Carrington Yost with the Hampshire. We will take about a 10-minute break to get everybody ready for showmanship. At this time, we would like to thank Randy Beeler for the tremendous job he's done sanitizing the ring today. I'm sure Debbie will let you take him home for a day or two. He'll clean your house. And he's wore his mask all day. Just a reminder to those of you in the barn, your pens do have to be cleaned prior to you going home. We do not have shovels and wheelbarrows this year because unfortunately we can't share items. So you do need to get your pens cleaned. If you're stalled in trailers, please clean up the area around your trailer. We will be starting the junior showmanship at 4:10. Just a reminder as we get ready to start showmanship, please let the ringman open the gate to release you from the holding pens if you are pinned. The judge will not hold it against you for not opening your gate or closing your gate. need to see Chandler Hayes in the show arena and Logan Wright.
Junior showmanship to the show arena. Junior showmanship to the show arena, please.
This is the second call for junior showmanship. I need Garrett Chalot, Madeline Crouch, Abby Fountain, Taylor Helbert, Clayton Heineman, Cadence Heidemann, Finn Lantis, Brickton Moore, Graham Nodger, Levi Peak, Will Talbert, and Evan Turner. This is a gentle reminder that if you do not have a 4-H'er in the junior showmanship division, we would ask that you please leave the ring to allow other family that does have a junior in the showmanship division to watch their children show. Again, the judge will not hold it against you for not opening and closing gates. The ringman will pin the top 2 from the first class and the top 2 from the second class. I need Finn Lantis and Brickton Moore. If you are planning to show in junior showmanship, I need you to please come to the ring.
I tell you what, I think those older exhibitors out back, as we start showmanship, need to come up here and kind of watch this future generation that's coming up through here. I think in a couple of years, you're going to be able to take in here all of these exhibitors out here right now and give some competition to just about anybody in showmanship. Well, I will tell you just kind of my type and kind of what I like to do with showmanship is I was always taught, and I've seen judges do it before. If I never tell a kid in the ring what he's doing or not doing to suit me, he's never going to know what to change. And every single one of us sitting outside of the ring has got a different way of showing it. So I think the adaptability of the child or the exhibitor to show me and to show me my kind is what's major key. We've always been there in showmanship. We all have our type and kind and our ways of doing it. But being able to be adaptable in the situation, because let me tell you, showing pigs, one day it goes great, the next day it doesn't. So if we can be adaptable in how we show and what we show and how to adapt to each one of the judges, I think that kind of separates yourself as a showman. As far as, I kind of went around and gave each one of these kids a little pointer of something I'd like for you to change. Hey, here it is. As showmanship styles change and as the hog industry changes and we have different generations and different guys that come up through this and do it, everybody's got a different way. So there's a lot of things I think are priority. Number one is you got to keep that hog between me and you at all times. Okay? My job as a judge is to make you feel uncomfortable in showmanship. Okay? Your job as an exhibitor to make me think that I can't rattle you in showmanship. Okay, that's part of it, and part of it is being able to also, take those hogs that don't cooperate or use the tools that we have in our hands to be able to manipulate these animals into what and how we want them to do. And so, to me, when a showman has that, and he shows me the adaptability to show to my kind and to my type, and the adaptability to show me that they can handle their tools the right way. These whips and these brushes, they're tools. And that's how we get these things shown. And an exhibitor that always shows good eye contact and being able to cool and confident and think, hey, I got this. That's part of it. When you walk into that ring, show me that you got it. Show me that you want it, and that's part of it. So when I have exhibitors come out and do that, that's the ones we're going to reward. So I'll go out and I'm going to select 2 out of each drive, and then we'll bring them back in here and work them a little bit longer. So I would like to congratulate each one of you. It takes a lot of time and effort to get these things to drive, and let me tell you, if they're as hot as I am right now, they tired, they ready to go back, lay in that trailer, eat and drink. So let's give each one of these a nice round of applause. I'll select your first 2 to come back. We'll bring that next feed in. tell you what, it's a tough spot when you come out here in showmanship after these hogs have been in and out these gates numerous times. But let me tell you, I think we've all been there trying to fight one to keep it from going out. And so I tried to give each one of the exhibitors a little pointer about how to do it. And let me tell you, when it's hot and these hogs are tired, it's just a hard situation to get these things in and out these gates. So let's give each one of these exhibitors a nice big round of applause. They've been out here fighting on them for a good while. I gave each one of them pointers and kind of told them, give them a little bit of advice on how to maybe get these things out and cooperate. But there ain't nothing worse than an uncooperative hog. With that being said, the two young people that are right here in front of me, the young man in the plaid shirt and the young lady here in the flowered shirt, will come back for our extra drive. We'll give these hogs a little bit of a break. Let the mom and dads or guys cool them things down, give them a little bit of water if they need it, and then we'll bring them right back out. All right, guys. I think I put you through enough of a workout here. The thing about it is when we get out here and you start conceptualizing and coming out here and competing in showmanship, and everybody out here is trying to get the attention and drive. There's those little things that make that big difference. Let's make sure we maintain a distance. Don't get those hogs just right up on top of the judge. I mean, when he can see a picture of you and always make sure he gets the best view of your hog. Get the best view of your hog's walking away from you. When he's looking at you, you make sure that hog is headed away from you. If that best picture of that hog is walking inside, the profile, you make sure he sees nothing but that profile. That's what showmanship's about. I gave the young man out here with the Duroc and the young lady over there with the crossbred a couple pieces of advice. There's never anything worse than getting stuck in the corner. But the best part about it is I came over there and I gave them advice and they did exactly what I told them to do. When you drive those hogs and they can see the gates, when you're driving them towards those gates or towards that ring and they know that's where the feed is, that's where the trailer is, that's where they're going to go. So you got to take them and you got to tell them exactly what you want to do. So you take these things back and forth across that ring and never let them visually see that into the gate. That's the best thing you can do. That's how we keep them hogs from going out those in gates, is working them the opposite direction of the ring. That's the best route about that. Young man's done an excellent job out here with this Duroc, getting this bear out here in the middle of the ring and working him side to side. He hadn't been back in that corner. And I hate for the young lady down there. She's put an awful lot. I think she's like everybody else, hot, tired, and that gilt's just pretty much fed up with her today. I think there's some exceptional individuals out here in this age division for showmanship. I think when we start coming out here and evaluating them, they're doing a great job. They're allowing these pigs to work at their own pace. I'm a big proponent. Although we have these great tools in our hands, sometimes when we don't need to use our tools, we don't use our tools. When those hogs are going in the right direction at the right time, we can get a little carried away with trying to just keep knocking them and driving. Just let them go, okay? We don't have to constantly tap them things around their head. That's the important thing. That's when we get these hogs walked up and they don't know what to do. I think it's important when we start talking about their head carriages is of allowing each one of these hogs to set their own pace. So all four of these individuals have done a great job with this. They've taken those pieces of advice, and I just talked in that first class about the adaptability. All these kids came out here and adapted to what that situation was. I think there's two out here that suit me really well. I think there's two that have kind of taken the challenges of what it is. That's the young lady out here with the pink brush. She's going to be your champion. And young man, I appreciate what you went through out here in the ring, and there's no better way and there's no bigger payoff than to say, congratulations, young man, with the Duroc, you're reserved. Way to take it and allow that hog and use the adaptability and do what you need to do to get that hog shown to the best of his ability. Congratulations to each one of those individuals.
Champion Junior Showman goes to Taylor Helbert. Reserve, Garrett Shallow. We are now showing intermediate showmanship. This division will also be broken down into two classes.
Boy, I think it's a long, hot, tough day on these pigs, and I know it's a long, hot, tough day on all these exhibitors. I think a lot of these pigs are getting tired and they're wanting to quit on some of these individuals, but I think this is, once again, that's where the time at home with you driving these hogs and making sure that they have the athletic ability to get out here and drive all day, every day, no matter what. And I think that's part of showmanship. When we start coming out here and working these kids around, it's difficult to know and to tell how much time and effort puts into it. But when them old pigs want to ride that gate and they've been in and out, it's just so hard difficult. But one thing I appreciate about every exhibitor who sits over there in that corner is your frustration level. We can read your frustration levels on your faces, and that pig can too. And the way you handle your whip and you handle your tools allows that pig to pick up on how frustrated you are. If you're over there and you just can't let her out, it's all right. Get over there in that corner, let her chill out for a minute, bring her back, okay? That's the important thing. I'm not one of these sticklers that, hey, you got to keep these things moving all the time and doing it all the time. Sometimes when them old hogs got their mouths open, hey, they just need to let them take a break. Let them take a break, get their composure together. Let's come out and drive. That's what using the body language and using my visuals of where I'm looking and how I'm doing. If you could take a minute, take it down over there and shut her down for a second. Now, I'm not talking let her stand there for 2 or 3 minutes, but let her sit there and rest. And let's not take that whip and just go at her. I think that's where we can separate and kind of help these attitudes of these pigs when we're on these long, hot days. With that being said, I think there's 2 exhibitors out here who do a great job of keeping these pigs out in the middle of the ring. I think they do a great job of getting their head carriages right. I think the speed of which they drive their pigs is ideal. That's important on some of these pigs that got some structure issues or something like that. We can't get these things just to going too fast. When you're in control and you let them know you're in control, they work for you, you don't work for them. I think with that being said, I'm going to bring back a couple individuals out of this class. That's this young man here with the Duroc pig in the yellow shirt. I think he's done an excellent job in taking those pieces of advice that I told him, holding his composure and keeping that pig out here in the center of the ring. The next individual I think that's done a great job. I think instead of just keeping 2 out here, as I watched this going, as I kind of gave them pointers, I think there's a couple of resilient exhibitors who have come out here and done a great job. The young man there in the blue shirt with the black-butted hog there, you've done a great job of keeping that pig out here in the ring and going at the right speed and everything else, so you're going to get the payoff to come back and compete. And young lady, I tell you what, I like the way you show. I like the way you've shown all day. I know that hog's getting hot and tired and wearing you out over there on that gate. I'm going to give you the payoff and let you come back in here in the showmanship. I think you deserve it. You've been fighting that hog all day, so let's get that pig in here. Let's get him cooled. Let's get her cooled down and get you that payoff. You got that hog's head in the right carriage. You got her at the right speed. She just wants to ride that gate. I think she's tired on you. Let's give her another shot. Give you another shot of going. That's to take nothing away from you individuals still out here in the ring, giving it all you got. I tell you what, you don't got no quit in you, and I can appreciate that a whole lot. There's just minute things, the way we handle our whips, the spots that we hit them, the way that we control our pigs. I gave you each little pointers about each one of those. Young man out there with the purple, I guess it's kind of purple tinted here. I think the key to that pig is we need to slow him down a little bit. He's wanting to kind of ride that gate, so let's slow him down and get him out in the ring. I think his speed suits you a whole lot better. Outside of that, let's give all of these exhibitors a nice big round of applause. We'll get you a nice big congratulations. All right, we can kind of shut them down while I give my little speech here for a minute. The thing about showmanship is there's a lot of give and take with each one of these, and when we start coming out here and in this heat and stress and the fact that these pigs have been tired, been up all day, getting ready to go back to the barn, I think what separates your individual is your composure and how you be able to react to these pigs. I told both those young men over there riding the gate, hey, I've been there. All right, I've been there with good ones. I've been there with bad ones. I've been there with ones you never thought would do it. Now, the trick to the whole side of that is I kind of gave him a little pointer, and the young man in the red shirt came out here. That old pig just doesn't want to work for him. The thing about it is sometimes that's how showmanship goes, and it works that gate man pretty hard. But when we can get those pigs out here in the center of the ring and work them side to side, I think from a judge's perspective, or at least my judge's perspective, we get those pigs. Hey, I can appreciate the fact that you don't ever want to turn that hog go towards that gate. I mean, that's part of the game, right? You don't ever get a look when you're headed out the gate. So we get them things in that center of the ring, and we can work them side to side. That's the best option that we have. I think there's two individuals out here right now that this whole time I've been standing out here talking, they never stopped. You know, they've got these pigs out here in the center of the ring. They've got them moving side to side. They're giving me their best views. I gave them both little pointers. You know, I'm a big stickler of always keeping that hog between me and you. I mean, what I do is I'm trying to put you in that situation where you feel like you got to rush and take the shortcut and either cut that hog off. We go around that front of that head. What's that hog going to do? Its natural instincts to stop. There's something in front of me. So the more we can realize that we don't need to step in front of that hog. Now, the next instinct for us is, hey, he's walking around this other side. The easiest way for me to do that is walk around the back, get on that other side. Well, yeah, that's the easy way, but that's why you've got those tools in your hands. You got to use those whips. When we direct them hogs, if I'm walking around that corner like that to you, hey, push that hog back towards me. It's okay if you go back behind my back. I understand. That's what I want you to do. That's what I deem ideal. So let's use those things. Let's use those tips and tricks of trade to get that done. That's the take. I'm going to keep both of you young ladies. Let's take them hogs out over here and kind of let them cool down for a minute. If we want to get them some water, that'll be good. Now, the three individuals left out here, hey, young man with the red Duroc, hey, man, you're flat out getting it. You're driving that pig. The longer we keep him out here, the more she doesn't want to cooperate with you. And I understand that. But your speed and your head carriage and getting that hog in the best spot, best ability that you can, and the way you work the ring is great. Young lady out here with the Chester Landrace appearing, Barra. Hey, I gave you some pointers and tips and tricks of hitting them things and getting them to go. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. But what I like about you is you've held your composure. You're just trying to work him. Hey, you're trying to get him to go, and then when you get him to go, man, your speed's just right on, and you're just working him really, really well, and I can appreciate that. Young man with that spot barrel, hey, we had that conversation over at that meeting, the powwow in the corner. I think that old bear is just wanting to kind of quit on you. He wants to go back to the barn. Best thing we can do is get that sucker out in that ring and just work him back and forth. As the more he's apt to get in that corner, the harder it is to deal with. But thanks for hanging in here, hanging in your composure and getting it done. We'll bring these. We'll get a ring back together, and then we'll come back here and get these things going.
Senior showman to the makeup ring. Senior showman to the makeup ring.
All right, everybody out of ring. Let's give all these exhibitors a big payoff coming out here in showmanship right now. It's been a long day. But with that being said, I think right out here we've got 5 individuals that are just absolutely top notch. I tell you what, I think you could come to Kentucky and kind of give our whole bunch down there around home a big run for their money. I think you do a great job of getting these hogs set at the right speed. You get their head and neck carriages right. You get them out drove. There's 2 individuals out here that just really suit me really well. I never saw a bad look of their hog. They took what I told them in each and every little class and each and every little pointer. And like I said, I think that's part of showmanship, adapting to the judge's style. So with that being said, there's one in particular out here. I mean, when they came into the ring, they just kind of commanded the presence and said, hey, here's my pig. And that's what's important. It's not really necessarily about the showman, in my opinion. The showman's what gets the pig exhibited. And that's what we're here for, is when I come out here, I don't ever want to see the bad look of a pig. I want to see everything the best that it can be at all times. And the ones who are not flashy enough and get that job done are the ones that suit me the best. And there's one out here that does that to the very best of his ability. That's the young man right here in the yellow shirt. Congratulations. The other exhibitor out here that does a great job is follows in his type and kind. They did a great job in class and back here in the drive of making sure that pig was always at the right distance. You just never saw a bad look. You got the perfect rate. You got to show to the pig. And that's the young lady right here in the flowered shirt. I really appreciate the way you show. That's real important. I would let you 2 show hogs for us any day, that's for sure. The next individual kind of comes out here and does a great job. It's a young lady right here in the blue shirt. There were times that maybe she got a little lackadaisical. Maybe she was getting tired, and I kind of turned my back. And I think she was kind of shutting that pig down a little bit. When we come to show, we show all the time the best we can. Young man, I want to give you a shout out and a lot of respect. You did a great job of getting that hog's head carriage right and his speed right. There was just a little bit that separated those from others as far as at times when I got you a little uncomposed. And girl, I tell you what, the girl coming out here in the black shirt, I tell you what, if there's anybody that awards an award for determination and hard work, that's her right there. I gave her the opportunity thinking maybe that hog would come back and cooperate a little bit better coming out here in the drive. And I think, she just shut down on you. And hard work and determination get you a long way in life. And I appreciate that about you by trying to come out here and get her to cooperate. So congratulations to those 2 individuals. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
This is the last call for senior showman. Last call for senior showman. Your champion intermediate showman goes to Klein Woodward. Reserve, Meredith Lantis.
Let's give all these senior exhibitors a nice big round of applause. Come out here and compete in showmanship after a long day, showing market or breeding gilts and market hogs. Takes a lot of time and effort, and I tell you what, if they're like me, they're just about as tired as these pigs are. So I won't keep very long and stay very winded. I think there's one individual out, or two individuals out here for me that I mean just do an absolute job. I try not to do my seniors. I think at this point, with the seniors showing last, if they were paying any kind of attention outside the ring and watching what I've liked, I mean, when we take it to the peewees, to the juniors, to the intermediates, and by the time we get to the seniors, you should kind of know what I like as far as what we're doing in showmanship and everything else. I think that's part of the key is some of the adaptability that we have to be as showmen. Each one of these individuals out here has done a great job as far as getting their animals in the ring and presented in a great fashion. But I think there's one out here that I tell you what, it seemed like every time to turn around or every time I was looking, they were always in my point of view. Whether it was it was just enough off to the side it would catch your eye, or they were driving that hog right in front of you, just kept it going. And I tell you what, when you talk about showmanship or you talk about a guy back there that's wanting to sell one or feed one, that's the kind of showman you want. You never win if you sit over here in the corner or you don't have somebody that's getting that animal out. So the more effort and time they get that animal out to just drive right in front of you and so that you can see it and put that animal in front of the judge, I think that's the biggest part of showmanship. And I think there's one individual that does just an exceptional job is that, like I said, every time I turned around or every time I was looking at my peripherals, they had that thing was just like, how can I get into his point of view? And it was always a spatial awareness issue of how do I keep this thing from getting clouded up or wadded up in a big old wad of hogs. And that's the biggest point. You've got a nice size ring here. There's no reason we should be clouded up. I mean, getting these things out and getting them drove and getting me to get the point of view is what it is all about at this age. With that being said, I'll go ahead and give the payoff to the young lady in the pink shirt right here in front of me, driving the Yorkshire Barrow. Congratulations, you're going to be our champion. I think with that being said, there's another individual that kind of follows in her type of tying the showmanship of getting those hogs always in the right point of view. There's times that her hog didn't want to cooperate, but I tell you what sorted these two for me when it came down to it is you heard me talk a little bit earlier about in the intermediate division about the usage of whips. You know, the champion showman there did a great job of when she was driving that hog and that hog was going where it wants. Hey, let's lay that whip off to the side. Let him see that. When we start going back and forth, that hog gets hotter and hotter and hotter, and he don't really know what he wants you to do. So if we can relax on the usage of the whip and our tools, those hogs drive better. We don't cut them off. We just let them be natural. We get them at the right pace and let them things cruise on. With that being said, that kind of what sorts the individual here coming out as reserve champion in this division, and that's the young lady there in the blue paisley shirt. She does a great job as far as when that animal is getting moving of, hey, getting him in the right frame, getting him at the right distance, getting him at the right speed. I just wish that maybe we back off of the use of that whip at times. When he's doing what we want him to do, let's just let him rock and let him go, right? And so that's kind of the time frame of those two. Now we get into this class, I think there's a couple individuals that sort right there in the middle that's really, really tight. The young lady over here in the green shirt, I want to accommodate you or give you a shout out because I think you do a great job of not fighting that pig and getting him out here and shown. The young man there in the blue shirt, you do a great job. When I was talking about getting those hogs and those peripheral visions, you were right in there with them. Just at times it seemed that the pace of what you were driving that pig didn't really suit it, and sometimes she didn't just really want to cooperate with you, and that just comes with time. Young lady out here in the black shirt, I like the way you're driving that hog. Just sometimes, that hog just didn't want to get stuck up in them gates, and you were having a hard time getting him to come back to me, and at times it's difficult to do that. So just keep up with the hard work. Every one of you individuals has done a great job. I appreciate it. Congratulations. We'll come back out here and select, another division of showmanship. I appreciate it. I guess this closes out the day. And once again, like I said, I'm not one big for motivational or inspirational speeches, but I do appreciate each and every one of you coming out today for and bringing hogs for me to evaluate. I know it's been a long, hot day. Some days, sometimes I got a little long-winded, and I apologize for that. But I think when we come out here for our Master Showmanship division, I sat back here and was thinking we don't have a such thing as that in Kentucky at any of our shows, and I really truly wish we did. Because I think when you get to this level and you bring out your seniors and your master showmen and to compete out here for something like that, I mean, it's truly special. And I think we have two unique and special individuals out here for our showmanship. I think when I love both of the girls, the way they're showing their hogs, they're having them at the right speed, the right way, getting them. I never see a bad point of view. It doesn't matter what area I'm in the ring, they're always giving me the right side. So that not only tells me one thing, it tells me you know how to drive pigs, but the other side of it is you know what the good side of your pig is. And that's the basis upon all that when you can take out and say, hey, I don't need to show this pig front on. I need to hide that. He's not real good on his front legs. Or, hey, I don't need to let that judge see that hog from the rear view. I mean, he needs some more stuff. He needs some more stuff. So when you can take that, I think that's what separates you as a master showman versus all these others, is when you can combine everything, livestock knowledge, feed knowledge, showmanship knowledge. And so for me, there's one out here who's kind of done that. She's done it all day. I think there's an individual out here that even when they brought this hog in, I remember this hog in the Breeding Guild show when she came in, and it was so hard for me to get a complete full view of this pig because she knew what she lacked. She knew how she needed to show that pig. And when we get to this point, that's where we need to be. And I'll congratulate the young lady. Let's give her a big send-off. The young lady in the cheetah shirt is going to be your master showman.
Champion Master Showman goes to Lainey Hayes. Reserve, Kennedy Deckard.